Oh, dude, that's getting fucking annoying. My stream keeps cutting out. My bad. That last one cut out at like 50 minutes in, but we're back. We're back. We're back. I was asking if the game that I'm playing, if you could even call it a game, is all about nudity. Does that mean I can stream it under the guides that it's on 18 plus? I don't know, man. I'm like really considering um, trying kick before it's too late. Yeah, I'm gonna sign up for it, but on a different browser and off stream. So. Do, 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 do. Terms of service. Welcome to Kick. These are terms of service or agreement. These are copy pasta the service company provides. The platform for online accepted. Alright, so. Wow. You must set your stream info before going live in OBS. Once you start streaming in OBS, your channel will be live on Kick and your recording will start. Once you stop your stream in OBS, your stream will show an offline screen for 2 minutes while your VOD is processing. You can edit your stream info at any point during your live stream. Okay. Wow. Alright, well, I guess I'm signed up. I hired a pro gamer to secretly destroy my chat.
Before becoming a YouTuber, I used to be one of the Super Smash Bros. Players of all time. I was actually pretty damn good at the game, but since then my skill has fallen off drastically, and even the most average player can come into my chat, talk shit to me, and then back it up by beating me. So I came up with a plan that would make my chat give me some respect, not just by showing I'm still good at the game, but by beating one of the best Super Smash Bros. Players of all time, Ken, in a 1v1. How am I gonna do it? Well, I'm gonna cheat. Here's the plan. I hired the #1 ranked Super Smash Bros. Player in the world, Zane, to play for me. And I mean hired. I literally signed him to my esports team, Moist Moguls, partly just to do this. The next step was to bait my chat into trying to 1v1 me in Super Smash Bros. How? Well, I asked one of my mods, Exter, this 16-year-old kid who won't leave me the hell alone, to challenge me. Not just to challenge me, but to talk some shit along the way. Alright, chat, today we are going to do... Okay, Exter, what the fuck is this energy you are coming in with right now? I'm gonna smoke your... Stop talking like that! You're not better... How about best of 3 right now, but if I win, you can never challenge me in Melee for the next year. The plan worked perfectly. Nobody suspected a thing. And the next step in the plan was to lose to Exter. Now this was not very good on the ego, but I thought it was important that I lose him. That way I had an excuse to talk a lot of shit to the rest of chat. That way they would all want to challenge me. You are so lame. You're so lame. You're so lame. Don't say you got washed by a 16-year-old. Chat, I am literally better than 99.999% of people. I'm better than everybody in this chat right now.
Unless there happens to be a smasher who's lurking in here. I'm better than literally every fucking one of you.
$100 money match. $100. Let's run it. Chat. $100. Open invite.
I will play anybody in chat. $100 if you beat me in a best of 3, and nothing if you lose.
Let's find out. Let's find out who's better than who. Let's find out. I'm not salty. Who in here wants to play? Give me a name.
Who's better than whom? No, I'm just kidding. I don't give a shit, bro. Get out of here. Introducing Spline AI, designed in 3D using AI. Ha, 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 ha. I should be working on my Unreal shit. How to set up a CG map, garbage, and holdout in Unreal Engine with precise. Inside America's heart and left. What am I doing? What am I fucking doing with my life right now? Holy shit! Alright, I want to see something real quick. Let's go to twitch.tv and then kick.com. Fucking Aiden Ross is now populating my bullshit. Add shortcut. Kick. Let's see. Just Chatting on Kick has 10,000 viewers. Just Chatting on Twitch has 364,000 viewers. Shit. You know, if you don't know anything about that, that's actually pretty good. If you're like a new streamer, the lower this number is, the better it is for you. Also, this matters too. Like when you scroll down, oh man. So this matters. You also want to see how many people on here on this platform have no viewers. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what? 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, there's 5 per row. 8. No, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then there's 3, so 4. 4 times 5 is 20. That means there's 20 people streaming with 0 viewers. Right? Alright. So let's go down here. There's 368,000 viewers, right? And then, so already 16,000 on one. Okay. So let's just scroll all the way to the bottom if we can get down there. Actually, you know what? There's an easier way to do this. Viewers, high to low. No. There's no option for low to high. What the fuck? What the fuck? Shit. I'll just scroll all the way to the bottom then. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Wow, this is taking for fucking ever, dude. But do you see? Already you can kind of see what I'm trying to, like, the point I'm trying to make. Like, you keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and like there's dudes with like all sorts of numbers of viewers. So like it literally trickles down. So this is a bad example, but 11 viewers, 10 viewers, and 9, right? So it goes 11, 10, 9, and there's a shitload of people with 11, shitload of people with 10, and a shitload of people with 9. And then there's gonna be a shitload of people with 8, and a shitload of people with 7, and 6, then 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, and then 0. Finally 0. Somehow on Twitch, you can manage to get 0 viewers. I don't even understand how that's even possible. Like, they're not even watching their own stream. Not that I would ever do that, of course. Okay, we're all the way at the bottom. Okay, well, there's actually like only 3 people with 0 viewers. So that's good. That's actually really good. But still, like, 1 viewer isn't that great either. And it took for fucking ever to scroll to the bottom. So there's definitely more people on Kick that are streaming to no one. And then same thing with the one, like just the 1 viewers. There's less people streaming to just 1 person. Which again could be good if you're into that shit, but I'm already at the top of the list. There's really just like this handful of people, high to low, and this does have a low to high. So you could find all the people with no viewers if you wanted to, which is pretty cool, I think. So there's opportunity in the fact that it's a new platform. Twitch is just so oversaturated, and I think Twitch does kind of need some competition. They have no dark mode. Oh, they do. See, now it's exactly the same thing. Twitch, kick, you can't even tell the difference. Literally can't even tell the difference between the two. Literally the same fucking thing, dude. There's no difference. Absolutely no difference. Unfucking believable. Unreal Engine just changed animation forever. Forever. You know? Oh shit, dude. I just ordered a speed bag. Bag tea. Tea bag. Speed bag. I'm excited for this dude. This guy coming in. It should be coming on Monday next week. Well, obviously next week, but Monday. So I didn't order the speed bag. I actually ordered the bladder, which is the latex rubber shit that goes on the inside of the bag, that you have to inflate. What happens to your body if you start boxing? Ooh.
Boxing is a sport that includes a set of exercises performed. Let's go. Currently, boxing as well as its derivatives are becoming more accessible to a wide audience. Gone are the days when it was possible to train only for further performance in the rings. A set of boxing exercises can bring real benefits. It helps to develop endurance as well as improve the functioning of the cardiovascular and respiratory systems. However, the boxing carries a danger when
I box, by the way. I do actively train for boxing, so I could whoop some ass. Best believe I could whoop some ass. I'm not like some soy boy ass motherfucker. Don't ever call me one of those. I'll get in the ring with you.
sparring partners inflict injuries on each other that can seriously
I've had some teeth knocked out before. I've knocked some teeth out before. You know, it is what it is.
Should be carried out exclusively under the supervision of an experienced coach. And for those who don't want to spoil their appearance and health, it's better to resort to non-contact boxing exercises, during which punches are practiced only on a punching bag. For those who don't plan to reach sports heights and titles, but want to use boxing techniques only to develop their own body, there are special directions of this sport. Workouts takes place in attractive and comfortable gyms, in full protective equipment, and the universal approach of various trainers helps to achieve the desired results. For example, to
I just want to know the answer to the question!
Joints become weaker with ages, which increases the risk of fractures and pain, not only during exercise, but also in everyday life. Improved coordination is another benefit of boxing. During training, you won't only have to learn how to move quickly, but also have time and don't give the proper and get the calories per hour, speed up the metabolism, improves the cover without getting on foot. It has been proven that
I can't watch that. That shit's taking too long. Taking too long to get to the fucking point, bro. Get to the point already. I want to know what the fucking question, the answer to the question was. No! Why did my voice crack? No! Like that. That's what I meant to say. How to speed back. 10 ways? Alright.
Variation 1 is 2 with each. Variation 2 is still 2. Variation 1 is 2 with one hand, 2 with the other hand. Variation 2 is still 2 with one hand, 2 with the other hand. But this time we're going to do front fist, back fist, front fist, back fist. So like this. Variation
That's
3
cool.
forward and back, forward and back. Do a few with each hand. And change the hand. So variation 4, we're going to hit it with this hand. Before it bounces back here, we're going to hit it with this hand. So like this. And you go both sides.
Oh.
Variation 5, the most impressive variation. Now with this, it's easier than it looks.
Wait, is he letting it bounce back?
Now with this, it's easier than it looks, because all you want to do is keep the ball there by keeping your hands here. But the ball's from nowhere else to go over the back of the hand. That's why I do with your eyes closed. Because you know where it's going to come back to. Variation 7 is going to be fist and elbow. So it's going to go fist and elbow. Now this is illegal in boxing, so don't try the ring. Variation 8, getting fancy now, is fist elbow. So it'll look like this.
Fist elbow is illegal in boxing? I don't know what legal is. Dude, I use elbows, but I guess you're not allowed to use elbows in the actual ring. That's cool.
Variation 9, again, is fist elbow. No, I'm just going to go this way.
He's fucking up! He fucked up!
That's it, 10 variations on the speedball. If you got any questions, leave them in the comments below and give it a try.
Did he say speed ball or speed bog? I don't think that the last one made sense. I think he said ball.
It's your boy Coach Anthony.
Hi, Coach Anthony.
Here with a speed bag video for you guys, man. A lot of people have been requesting it.
Yeah.
I'm typically teaching techniques and different fundamentals and stuff.
Teach
like
me
that.
now.
But you know, this is a tool in the gym, and a tool is one of the easiest things to learn because of how the rhythm. So for me, in reality, I'm gonna do it nicely. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, then hit it.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You see what's happening? So all I'm doing is hitting the bag and it's going 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
When it gets right around this, I meet it in the middle. Alright? Common mistake a lot of beginners do, they hit it too hard.
I would
They
do
don't
that.
count the bounces. They go like this, and they're trying to time it again, and they go like that, and they just can't figure out the timing. So once you learn the 3 count, you have to make a conscious effort of only letting it bounce 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Another thing you don't want to do is bring your hand too low. When I hit the speed bag, if I bring it here, by the time I bring it back up, okay, it's gonna take too long. So what I want to do is I want to hit it,
yeah,
and
it's
I
gonna
want to
take
stay
too
in
long.
this area. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Alright, so you could
It's
block.
easier for me
You
to hit
could
the bag
block if
quickly.
you need to, right?
Another
So
thing
you
you don't want to do is wait for the bag to come to you. So a lot of people will hit it and they're waiting for the bag. No, you go to it. So once you know the rhythm,
1, 2, 3, fuck
I'm
you
trying
up.
to go to the bag. I'm going to it. In a semi-circular motion, I guess you can call this. You see I'm going like this, right?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Alright, I see it.
Now, there's a lot of different exercises you can do on the speed bag, a lot of different things that I'm going to show you in a customized plan that we're going to go ahead and put together when I put my boxing system together for you guys. But that's just how you do the speed bag. So when you go to the gym, if you don't know how to hit a speed bag already, just make sure you do the counts. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, my name is Jonathan, and I'm with Champion MMA.
Bro, this guy looks like Vin Diesel. What the fuck? Bro! It looks like Vin Diesel! Why does he look like Vin Diesel? What the fuck?
Today we're going to talk about what a speed bag is used for. In this case, we have a speed bag here. Exercise. It is kind of bringing the back. It's your head movement is in place. You use the speed bag, get it close, wait to approach to you, and you just
It hit
start
you.
moving your hand. That kind of give you, some eye contact, making sure like your reflex are good, like punches coming to you. Another thing is go ahead and and start getting a good atomic and good rhythm by punching the speed bag. And this is a few things that we use the speed bag for.
Bro, why
Remember,
does Vin
speed
Diesel
bags
not
is
know how to
used
hit a
for
speed bag?
Create speed on your hands and good rhythm on.
I didn't see him hit it right.
Create speed.
It's alright. I think I get it. I can use it to dodge punches or learn how to dodge punches.
What's good? Welcome to the video. I'm gonna show you my speed bag progression. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever done it. Yeah, look at all that concentration for absolutely no reason. No techers. No. This was my reality, unfortunately. I slept on it. You know, when you sleep on stuff, your brain kind of can just digest all the subconscious shit that's lingering there. I'm wanting third or fourth day. This is a couple races or fourth day. This is a few days later from the last one. In it, watching videos of flipping out. I kind of remember watching videos of professionals hitting it, and this is kind of how they position their hands. So it's more like an oval, not a circle, and you're kind of just brushing the bag against the.
I don't think he's doing it right. It doesn't look right. Something about that just doesn't look right.
Knuckles, but now I'm kind of just skimming the bag next to me doing it a week later. And yeah, man, I'm quite happy with the improvement. So I want to get better at doing.
It still just doesn't look right when he does it, even after however long. Sparring a shorter fighter. Let's see this. Bruh, not even fair. Bro, little homie's caught so many fists to the face, he can't even get in. He's too short. He's got no reach. Look at this fucking hand. He's just like, this shit looks like Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Bro, straight up looks like Punch Out. Oh, there's the right. There's the right. Bro, why is the big homie breathing so hard? Dude, he's breathing so hard! I shouldn't even say anything. I would be breathing that hard too. Elon is just dumb. What? I want to see this. Copyrighted. Aw, man. I don't want to watch this if it's gonna get copyrighted. Oh, whatever. I like it. Dude, yes, that shit's dope. Kanye West, day and night. It sounds, you can tell this one's AI though. AI music is trash.
Leonardo, we'll do one song off the Chloe and then...
Wait, Sean, have you checked out some of the crazy AI tracks with Kanye covers? I might be late.
See, it's not a good thing, but thing to include when it comes to music because it doesn't do anything. It's so easy to tell when the artist isn't actually making the song.
Okay. So his argument is that AI music is trash because you can tell that an AI did it.
You're listening to that.
You might be late and you might have seen them already. Love you, bro.
No, I'm not listening to the AI and like AI is just such a weird thing to include when it comes to music because it doesn't do anything. It's so easy to tell when the artist isn't actually making the song.
My counter to that is this. So let's watch this. That's me. Okay, so that sounds exactly like AI music. That's my counter argument to that.
It's like it's not like obviously it's not a good thing, but I feel like acting like it's gonna be like some revolutionary, useful tactic outside of just helping people understand that a lot of these artists have made formulaic music. It's not gonna do anything, bro. Like as far as music is concerned, when it comes to music, I don't think it's gonna do anything in the grand scheme of things. AI is not transformative, it's not creative, it doesn't push any genres, it doesn't push any boundaries, it just takes what already exists and kind of reproduces and repushes it out, pushes it back out again.
That's what everyone's doing right now. That's all anyone's doing right now.
A less significant or a more significantly less entertaining level.
And that's not a bad thing. Honestly, one of the the reason why people prefer the shit that's like just reiterative is because it's familiar and there's and it works, right? It's just if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Like it doesn't do shit, and you can always tell when it's AI versus when it's an original or the.
That's not true. You cannot always tell that it's AI. There's you can't always tell that it's AI. If you weren't explicitly told that something was AI, and it was meant to fool you, you would 100% believe it. There is no doubt about that.
OG. So, who cares? In my opinion, I mean, I think a label actually made an AI rapper not long ago.
Like the only reason people aren't fooled by AI right now is because it's such a hot topic that there's a certain level of skepticism whenever you see or hear about anything at all. So you're always automatically just like, is that AI? Like in the back of your head, somewhere in your fucking smushy ass brain, you got a neuron already built in there somewhere that's constantly filtering out, is this AI? Is this AI? AI? We don't know it because that's how fucking neurons work. They just get formed over like just having information shoved into your brain hole. But dude, trust, there's a neuron there. You have a few neurons in your brain that fire off whenever you hear something new or whenever you see something new that's filtering out to see if it's AI. But if you didn't have that, right? If you weren't exposed to AI and you didn't have that neuron, you would 100% be fooled into thinking that it was not AI. You wouldn't even have a concept of what AI is.
And they got a lot of flack for it. But you listen to them and it's like, okay, did you not know? Like, what do you mean? Imagine if AI fucks up our perception of history. Had this thought today. I don't think it will. You gotta remember that everything existed at its peak at one particular time, and then there is a trail that you can go to see what the babies and the ones that are riding off the coattails of that wave are. You can see it throughout history, so you can always. see when the best of that thing existed and when everything else that was trying to copy it or kind of get some fame or some traction off of it came after. But that just takes a little bit of you digging for yourself. I feel like your perception could only be, you know, controlled by your own research. History is objective. Well,
Wrong. Wrong. History is historic. History is the study of past events, particularly in human affairs.
depending on where you get the information, it should be objective. You know, it shouldn't be like opinionated, but that is what it is, you know? But AI, bro, it's the most useless fucking thing in me.
What's that? Is that Kool-Aid?
You know?
It's blue. It's Tropical Punch.
But AI, bro.
Oh no, Tropical Punch is red. Is it grape? No. What's this one? Raspberry? Is it raspberry? Why did I think it was Tropical Punch? Oh, because it's blue. The packaging's blue. It's either lemon lime or raspberry. Or it's a mix of both. Or it's this.
Is what it is. But AI, bro.
No. It's too blue. Fucking, what is he drinking? NyQuil? Is that fool drinking NyQuil? He's drinking this shit right here.
But that is what it is, you know?
Look at that. That's what it is. This is, that's what it is. He's drinking NyQuil.
But AI, bro, it's the most useless fucking thing in music to me. Or in general, but music especially, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Let's do Naruto.
I mean, he just said it right there. It doesn't make any sense to him. You know, like, that's the reason why it's so useless. It makes no sense to him. He's like, the AI? What that?
Naruto with, that's literally not true. You just lied. Why did you just lie like that?
Bro-ins on YouTube. Real.
Go to that one that I saw that was good.
You learn how to do impressions.
Real quick.
You might notice that I sound like Kanye West. No, Yeezy didn't record a
You sound nothing like Kanye West.
like Kanye.
Let's go to that one that I saw that was going viral on Twitter the other day. Real quick.
You might notice that I sound like Kanye West.
Alright, I'm gonna close my eyes to listen to it. Actual Kanye. Say.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
West. No, Yeezy didn't record a
You sound nothing like Kanye West.
What are you talking about?
For me for this video, I didn't learn how to do impressions. This is AI.
So let me come back to my original voice for a second.
Kanye, give us 3 things that are hairy. Balls, balls, balls.
Because this is crazy.
Had it
On Twitter, you sound nothing like Kanye West.
voiceover for me for this video. I'm just extremely happy. Can you tell by my face? I didn't learn how to do impressions. This is AI. My greatest pain in life Cause I will never be able to see me.
So let me come back to my original voice for a second.
Over for me for this video. I didn't learn how to do impressions.
Here's an example of him singing Day and Night.
Keep stressing my mind.
That's clearly crazy, and I started thinking, you know, what are the implications of this for the music industry? Now,
There's real implications because it's fucking garbage.
how all
Stop, bro. There's.
you have to do is record reference vocals and replace it with a trained model of any musician you like, which is exactly what I did. I found this
Bro, he is seething.
Kanye style beat on YouTube. I wrote 8 bars and I'm gonna record them now, and then I'm gonna have AI Kanye replace me. I got a fantasy that's beautiful, that's dark and twisted, but I attacked the whole religion all because of my ignorance.
Oh, I think I've seen this before.
Okay, y'all saying this is the wrong one? Good, because I don't want to see this nigga, bro. This is bad. This.
Why is he so mad? Oh, you know what? This is like the equivalent of like blackface, but with voices. Because it's a white dude singing with, about to do Kanye's voice, and Kanye's, brown.
This is really, really bad. This is bad.
It's a kid, man. I knew I'd be something. Way before the beats, man. I knew I.
Maybe that's why he's mad. It's... Because I guess, yeah, I mean, that... It would be like the equivalent of blackface.
I don't know if it's because there are certain Kanye records that I listen to over like an overabundance of them way back when, but he doesn't even, it don't sound real. I won't say it don't sound like him, it just doesn't sound real. There's a difference. There's a really big difference. It's tonality, it's the way his voice lands on certain words. You can tell. What was the other one you trying to say? We gonna keep having this conversation.
Long hair, brown skin with the fat ass. Sat beside me, used to laugh at.
No, it doesn't.
He's so mad. He is so mad.
It just, and it's probably because mentally I just know that this would never happen or this wouldn't need to happen.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm talking about. He's got in his brain a neuron that's firing off every time he hears or sees anything to do with AI that he doesn't know how to turn off. He's got, it's just firing off, that's rejecting like all possibility of this being real. So like he's like he for good reasons he's skeptical of it, but it's good. It's fucking good. It's like, it's crazy how good it is. That's what it is. Like, AI is only gonna get better from this point on. That's what he's not understanding here, is that it's only gonna get better. If you can tell that it's not real right now, there's gonna be a point where all those things that you're complaining about, all those little nitpicky things, like, oh, well, there's the way he says a certain word that's just not the way he would say it. Yeah, okay, I agree. There are some times where, like, because Kanye probably doesn't have that, what's it called? There's probably no so like the high notes in somebody that you used to know, you could tell that you could kind of tell where it breaks off. But even then, it passes for auto-tune. It passes for auto-tune. If you're looking at it from the lens, like you're just turning off your AI neuron, you're turning off the filter, and you're just listening to it and trying to imagine, like, just try to imagine if it was real. What if it was real? What about this makes it sound like it would be real?
But as I said before, AI cannot create. That's the whole point. That's the whole point that we're at right now. AI cannot create, it can only replicate. Expecting it to get to a point.
Look, people aren't original. The mistake that people are making right now is they think that they're original. They think they have unique ideas. They think that they're like one of a kind. The harsh reality is that the only thing that makes you unique is the way that you combine all of this different fucking ideas that have been implanted in your brain. Okay? So, and that's exactly what AI is doing. You're fucking shoving all this information into a database, and it's just drawing random fucking shit, pseudo-random shit out of that database and generating something new out of it. But humans are doing the same thing. Individual people are doing the same goddamn thing. If you look into this guy's history, if you look at everything that he's into, fucking research every single thing that this guy has ingested in his lifetime, you would be able to start to draw correlations to the stuff that he's consumed and the stuff that he produces.
Where it can make some creative type of album or record to a point where it's scary or people need to be like worried or something like that. It just will never be there. It will never be there, ever. Ever. Not happening. I'm not about to cry, it ain't Future. I feel like you'd be better off just grabbing some old Uzi lines and putting them on this track. Like, find a track where find a track where Uzi's kind of got this same flow, take it from there and then put it on a cut like this, like what Toasty Digital be doing. I don't really like those.
Look at that, he's doing the thing, bro. He's doing the fucking thing. I'm fucking telling you, bro. AI does the same shit. AI does the same shit this guy's doing. He's like, oh, like that one dude Toasty Cuddy be doing. Like, bro, what? How can you sit there and be like, oh, AI isn't making anything unique, and then you go off and like quote some random fucking artist that nobody but you has heard of, and be like, oh, do something like that. That's what fucking AI is doing. If you plugged in all of Toasty Cuddy's bullshit into an AI system and then like said, oh, make me something like that, that's what you would get.
Cuts either, but it's the same kind of effect, bro. Why do you need an AI to do that? I don't know. You can get the same.
Because it makes it faster. It makes it faster. It takes people days, weeks, months, years to do something like that, to listen to all the content. Let's just say Mr. Toasty Cuddy's got like a whole ass discography, right? Like just a whole career's worth of discography. That's gonna take you a solid fucking week or two, even a month, just to fucking listen to each individual one, right? And then on top of that, maybe not that long. It might take you a day or two. I don't know how much time you have. I don't know how much, like, it's all variable. It's really just, it's arbitrary. So like, we'll just say for the sake of argument, it takes a week, right? Well, it takes you a week to listen to it, but it takes an AI that same week to not only listen to it, but also dissect everything, just literally everything, and then be able to regurgitate something new or random out of that.
Same effect doing anything else. I just feel like when it comes to music, AI is just so useless. It's completely useless. And until they find a use for it outside of maybe adding bonus tracks to an album the artist maybe didn't feel like creating, it's not gonna go nowhere. It's just not. I hope it doesn't, but it will never get to that point. Now to finish this nigga's take on what, because I just have to finish, bro. He kept doing lines, bro. I need to see what the end result of this is gonna be.
What was I thinking?
I only saw it to this point when I saw it on Twitter the first time. I gotta see it through.
But I'm so Yeezy, back in the kitchen, man. I'm a genius.
What the fuck? Well, I gotta see it through.
In the hood, just like I'm easy. Kanye, Weezy, Southside of Chicago, life ain't easy. All praise be to Lord Jesus, Donda, please rest easy. All right, let me cut it there.
Yeah, you need to cut it there. You was about to go in some.
Stop! You're being savage. Stop it.
Territory. Paying tribute to a nigga mom that's not your mom, bro. What? Why do we be doing this? Why does this happen?
Respect. That's why he thinks it's respect. Leave him alone. He doesn't mean anything wrong from this. He doesn't mean anything foul.
So let's hear those vocals I just recorded now with Kanye over there.
Let's not. This nigga's so satisfied. Big ass head. Why this hat so big on your head, man? Get a new hat or get a new head.
Why does, dude, what is up with ghetto ass people like resorting to just like, I do the same thing. I do the same fucking thing. They just resort to like mocking your appearances.
He's so satisfied with himself. I hate him. I don't hate him. I
really... He's seething.
No, it's really no hate, but bro, like, what the fuck are you doing? Why'd you sit down and like, yo, the world really needs this? They don't.
I mean, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. You know what the world needs? AI Kanye.
Hey, don't. This give me that energy of that one dude, that one nigga with useless.
Ah, shit.
Usable and mute old shadows of them, and also you forgot which dude that was. That's not Quadeca. I'm not talking about Quadeca. The ad-libs nigga, yes, him. Let's add the ad-libs, that nigga. I forgot what his name was. And then every single time at the end of the record, whole track ended up sounding like ass. Whole one. I just don't remember his name.
That's crazy, right? And keep in mind, this is the worst that AI will ever be. In just a few years, basically, every popular musician will have multiple trained models of them. And also the UI, the front end of this is...
Why would every trained artist have multiple versions of AI ready for them?
It'll be in their contract. I'm assuming it'll be in their contract. That's why. Whether they want to or not. And then they're probably also going to sign off their likeness post-mortem so that music can be created in perpetuity. Did I say that right? Perpetuity? Perpetuity? Perpetuity?
Perpetuity.
Perpetuity.
We're going to get a lot simpler, which is kind of what we're building with the loop.
Wait, perpetuity, bond or other security. No fixed maturity date.
Why would they want that? Because it's cheaper. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Can you explain that? What are you talking about?
Okay, so it's cheaper because they can pay the artist for their voice and likeness, etc., etc., and then that's that. They don't have to, they wouldn't necessarily have to pay them for anything else. If they created an album using their voice, all the money, all the proceeds would go straight to the company and not to the artist. There might be some royalty, like a tiny royalty, like a fucking 15%, 20% royalty. But that's it. That's like all they're getting. The rest of it is all for the company. It's all for the company. They already signed off their voice.
It means AI is just getting more advanced at being unusable in music. It's literally unusable in music. Unless you're trying to make a AI rapper, which a label already did.
Auto-tune isn't dead, even if Jay-Z thinks heavily use looking at musical artists who have used techniques and Number 10. Cher's 1998 comebacks Proof and 2. Number 8 on a singer. That said, don't most of his songs have a featured artist? Distinct futuristic. That's not to say his soul. 8. Bon Iver. Bon Iver, otherwise known as Justin West. Strange and experimental and actually had the audio. Number 7, rapper Travis Scott inspired vocal tutorials on the another rap. Don't you let that Pharaoh. Rapper Flo Rida is 2000. Take it off. Atlanta feeling, then you should tread music like the two thing to Kanye West. Before that, the melody of his 2004 single Jesus Walks had been audio processed with God inspired by Dubbed the king of autotune, R&B singer and rapper T-Pain inspired many pop artists.
Ooh, man. Man, oh man, oh man.
And when niggas knew that it was fake. Not about what the artist want, it's about how the label can exploit the artist. Yeah, post death, like an artist passing away. And a label decides, oh, okay, let's use AI to do it. But niggas know, like, even the music that is authentic from artists that gets released afterwards, people already have a tough time supporting that. Like when Juice WRLD keeps dropping albums, or when XXXTentacion keeps coming out with records, like those aren't AI records, but people still have an issue with those coming out because it's exploitation. You're just not letting the artist f***ing die. Like, even without the AI is bad. So if you tackle that or put it on top of it, like, it's even worse. It's even less of a reason to support now. There's zero use for AI in music. Absolutely none. Even if it saves a label money, if the artist is available and able-bodied, they would rather go with the able-bodied person. Is there any benefit to AI music? Vibey background music, I could just find that somebody can chop up old lyrics, old songs, and put them onto a new record.
But the problem, dude, the problem with that is it takes time. It takes time. And AI can just do it like fucking that. Like fucking that, bro. If I need a new fucking album by the end of the fucking week, the AI can get it to me by the end of the day.
I remember that one dude, he did a mix of Tyler the Creator. He did Igor and Andre 3000. Didn't sound bad. Didn't sound bad. Who said better Drake lyrics? I'm banning you. That's crazy. All they want is just a fan editing gimmick. No matter how advanced that shit gets, it can't replicate all the ways an artist can express. Exactly.
And you can't, like, there's no way in fucking hell that you can ever expect an artist to be that fast. Even if they could, even if they physically could, they wouldn't be able to mentally handle it. Not for a prolonged period of time. The AI will fucking not give a shit. It will just do its job, the thing that it was built to do, it was trained to do, and the thing that it can only do, the only thing it can do, it'll just do it.
The Blast Paris Major Remur just started, and the HUD for this event is goofier than a match where everyone just uses neck.
Awful. I mean, it's good to know what people think about it. I like it. I just disagree heavily with that, mostly because I like AI, and I do actively I do a lot of research on AI, and I actually want to build my own AI stuff and utilize it in my own projects, games and shit and whatever. The thing is, I'll admit, working on AI isn't easy. Getting the data that you need for the AI to properly be trained and all that is not easy either. You can plug in all sorts of data, and at the end of the day, there's no, like, it's difficult to understand how the data that you feed it is going to influence the final outcome. And that's the thing that's a little, that's the thing I think some people don't really understand about it, and why they think it's so bad, and why they think it's not ever gonna get better. It's mostly because the approaches that we're taking at it, it's all experimental. We're all like, everyone that's working on it is learning as they go along, and as soon as some progress gets made,
hello, ladies and gentlemen, it's Mike here.
It gets shoved down people's throats. The second any tiny amount of little progress gets made, everyone knows about it. Everyone needs to know about it, or anyone that can understand it needs to know about it. Something like, it's so new. It's not even new. That shit, AI has been around for fucking ever. The only thing that's new is that processors and graphics cards and all this shit are so much better today than they were back then. So the same old techniques from back then are now like a billion times more effective today.
At Game From Scratch. Today we have another humble bundle of interest to game developers. If you are a Unity developer or interested in learning Unity and you want to create RPG style games, this one could be a good pickup for you. It's from one of my favorite trainers this side of Megan. It is Game Dev TV. They do very high quality content for sure. Now I'm checking this out with actually a preview release. It's not quite live yet, so I want to get this video out as soon as it goes live. So you may find things change around a bit because it looks like a couple things are slightly misconfigured at this point. But if you're wondering, organized into tiers, you buy a higher dollar value tier. So if I buy this tier, for example, I get all of the items in this tier as well. You decide how your money is allocated between Humble, Charity, the publisher, and if you so choose, get from Blender. That we got a couple more asset pack, basically GameDev.tv courses, which again I am a fan.
Boring. I thought it was actually gonna be something good. Why Ark's next gen Unreal 5 remaster is to fans. Fuck you to fans. Okay.
What's up, gamers? Stella Chung here, and it's Monday,
Hello,
which
Stella
means
Chung.
the weekend is over, but you get your fix of gaming news. In today's episode, Ark 2 has been delayed, and it was announced the original Ark Survival Evolved is getting a remaster, but there's a catch. Meanwhile, in Resident Evil 4 Remake news, there's a major game-breaking bug you don't want to activate, and Ada Wong's voice actress has been harassed off social media. Unfortunately, Vin Diesel's dinosaur riding days will have to wait just a little bit longer, as Ark 2, which was previously expected to release sometime this year, has been delayed until 2024. Studio Wildcard, the developer of Ark, tried to soften the blow of this news by also announcing that a next-gen version of the original game, Survival Evolved, is coming out later this summer. But you might not want to get excited quite yet. Let's start with the delay first. Studio Wildcard stated that the delay is a result of challenges developing the sequel in Unreal Engine 5. Our goal is to make Ark 2 the best game it can be and provide a truly exceptional and rewarding experience for players. Unreal Engine 5 is incredibly new technology to us and all developers, and we aim to use this cutting-edge tech to its fullest potential while creating a game with never-before-achieved scope at Studio Wildcard. And, unsurprisingly, the studio needs more time. Also, not too surprising is the confirmation Ark 2 will be exclusive to new-gen consoles. In my opinion, that's not a bad thing, because it doesn't force the devs to limit their ambitious vision in order to make the game compatible with 10-year-old hardware. And hey, at least the original Ark Survival Evolved will be supported on last gen, right? Well, not exactly. So Ark 1 is getting a next-gen update on PC, Xbox Series, and PS5 called Ark Survival Ascended, which is planned for an August release. This comes with the island, the Battle Royale spin-off, Survival of the Fittest, and all the non-canon DLC maps, along with some graphical and performance upgrades and cross-platform multiplayer, progression, and modding. That all sounds great, but here's the catch. Current players who want Ark on next gen need to buy the remaster as part of the Ark Respawn bundle for $49.99. On the bright side, that does include Ark 2, but it gets worse. Studio Wildcard also stated that when the remake is released, the official service for the original version of the first game will be shut down. So the players who don't buy the upgrade will be shut out of their game unless you play on some non-dedicated and unofficial servers.
Isn't it single player also?
You have to grind to get your footing and really establish your servers and grounds. This is a huge slap in the face for those players who have been dedicating their times, their servers and homes created in ARK. At least you're able to take your final save data from the original game servers to rehost on their own servers or single player games, but you still have to buy the new remaster to even access it all. Oh, and for anyone thinking $50 for an upgrade and a new game is a bargain, well, because the sequel is exclusive to Xbox and PC, PS5 players will have to shell out $39.99 just for the remaster of the first game, which is pretty steep for a game a lot of players already spent a lot of time and money on.
That's bugged.
This is a warning to all of my fellow Resident Evil 4 Remake players. There is a game-breaking bug in the game that could stop all of your progress. This bug could keep you from being able to progress the game and also make your saves unusable. Capcom officially alerted players on Twitter saying that in the beginning of Chapter 12, the player will receive a key item, and a notification will pop up in the upper right of the screen. But if the player uses their knife before the notification shows up, this item, which you need to move forward in the story, will not make it into your inventory. After obtaining the item, it should appear in your key items and treasures menu in the attaché case. So if it doesn't show up, don't panic, just reload your save data before the start of Chapter 12 and redo that sequence. But go easy on the stabby. So to repeat, after getting a key item in the beginning of Chapter 12, make sure it is in your inventory before you go waving your knife around. This bug affects players on all platforms, so no one is safe. Luckily, Capcom did say this issue will be fixed in a future update, and it should allow affected players to continue their current save. So just be aware, my /happy gamers, that fix update is not out yet, so be vigilant about this issue once you hit Chapter 12. Luckily, I just started and I only just hit Chapter 3, so I'm not there yet. So hopefully I don't forget about this bug when I get there. Staying on Resident Evil 4 Remake news, Lily Gao, the new voice actress for Ada Wong, has left social media following a bunch of harassment from toxic fans over her performance in the game. Lily is a talented actress who is best known for her role as Nancy Gao in the TV show The Expanse. She debuted as Ada in Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City, where she made a brief appearance in a mid-credits scene. Gao looked great as Ada, even if it was a brief introduction, but she went on to voice Ada in the Resident Evil 4 remake. Thousands of players criticized Gao for her voice work and flooded her Instagram comments telling her horrible things about her performance. Most of the comments stated her voice acting sounded stiff and lifeless and not seductive at all. In the original version of Resident Evil 4, Ada was extremely flirtatious and arguably went a little overboard with seductiveness at the most inappropriate of times. It's possible Capcom wanted to adjust Ada to be a bit more professional for the remake. There were also some criticisms on the recording quality as well on Gao's lines, but either way, this was Capcom's call, and it's extremely disappointing to see an actual human person harassed for the portrayal of a fictional character in a video game. Also, this is a phenomenal remake of one of the best games ever made, which makes it
just use AI to fix it, bro.
seem especially petty and unwarranted. What next? Are these people going to dox Dr. Salvador's voice actor just because they gave him googly eyes? Since Gao has received the flood of negativity on her Instagram, she's deleted all of her previous posts except one, which has comments disabled. The post is a statement taken from the National Association of School Psychologists Understanding Race and Privilege, which is fair since, shocker, plenty of the negative comments were also racist. This is why we can't have nice things. Nick Apostolidis, who played Leon Kennedy in the RE2 and RE4 remakes, had Gao as a guest on his stream to talk about the remake. She went on to thank the fans of the game, especially those who showed their support to her. So she obviously knows that toxic vocal minority doesn't speak for everyone. So if you want to show some support, go watch Apostolidis' streams, and maybe Gao will drop by again. Also, just be kind. Don't be a How do you feel about Ark 2's delay and the mess about the remaster? Also, did you run into that nasty Resident Evil 4 bug? Let us know in the comments. I'm Stella Chung, and now that you're all caught up on gaming news, check out our super fun video where the Mario Movie Cast play Mario Kart 8. It's really funny and super cute. I highly recommend it. Oh, and don't forget to subscribe to the Daily Fix on Snapchat.
Keegan, does that make you better at the game when you go, Oh, hey, I'm Brian from IGN, and today I'm joined with Charlie Day, Keegan-Michael Key, and Jack Black, aka Luigi, Toad, and Bowser in the upcoming film, The Super Mario
Who's
Brothers
this
movie.
fucking
To celebrate
nerd?
These characters getting together, I thought we'd do something that brings everyone together all the time. Everyone gets along here. We're gonna play
Where's
Mario Kart
Seth
8 Deluxe.
Rogen?
Let's get into it.
Watch this here. Look at 2, 1. Alright. I'm just. Why am I not? Why am I not? Oh,
I shouldn't be able to take you out. You're on my team.
oh my god. Oh.
Sorry, bro.
No, it's fine, man.
So they got Mario, Bowser, Toad, and Luigi. Shouldn't they have... Shit, what's the name of that guy? The guy that actually plays
Are we
Mario?
on a team? Is it?
No,
you,
we're not.
It's every man for himself.
I could have lied to you right there and said that we were on a team. But why would Mario and Bowser be on a team?
Come on, you're hanging there, we're on the same couch.
Wait, are we doing couch teams? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Apparently we're not.
No teamsies. Did everybody make a wrong turn?
Sorry if anyone slipped on that banana.
Bro, I don't want to see this fucking dude play Mario.
Oh, I'm throwing turtles at folks. Whoa, whoa, Cabby!
You know what?
Get out of here! I'm walking. I'm cutting here.
He's cutting there.
Cutting here.
Come on.
Am I still?
I'm specifically
Shut up!
targeting Bowser.
I know. I shouldn't have gone Bowser. Everyone knows.
You hit me right off the gate, though. Like I had a. This is like a revenge thing.
I didn't see you, Mario.
That was me, and I am so sorry.
Who did that?
I want to be on your team, Charlie.
That's it. Oh, who did that to me?
Why are we focusing on that guy? Fuck him.
We're brothers. I know.
Ow! Who just smashed me?
That was me.
Again?
Yes. What kind of teammate are you? Oh wait, who shot me? Who did that?
I don't know, but now I'm all about destroying Mario.
I'm mad that
I was
he's
just
here.
gonna try to win.
Second place.
I'm not gonna watch this. That guy's there, and he's bothering me. He's got he's. What is the point of having that guy there?
Now I'm gonna just try to.
He's just like a filler.
Down in 6.
Okay, wait a minute.
It would have been better to just have these 3 guys here. Why is this guy here?
Oh, I got who inked me?
I'm mad about this. Who's their manager? I want to speak to their manager. Get that guy out of here. No good billionaires? There's no such thing as a good billionaire? I use voice mod.
Hey! Why is it not working? Hey! 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 Word! Bro, do I have it on? Hello? 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 Yo!
Right here! Hey! But you fine as fuck. Like, if I ever see you IRL, like, I'm doing whatever the fuck I want to. Like, you just pretty.
Bro, what is this? Holy shit! Subway Surf? Why has he got 2 Subway Surfs?
Like, I like the way how you smell. Like, you just cute. You know? Is that a good one? Like, do I sound like a girl right now in chat? Like,
No.
For real. Like, don't even lie. No? Okay, let's change it. Hey. Boy, show me that dick. No.
That
I
one's
like
closer.
that. Oh my god. No. I don't
That might have been the worst highlight video.
like that. Oh my god, Michael. You're so funny. That's a girl. That's a girl. That's a girl right there. Yeah. Oh my god. John, how would you do that?
Why is he so good at that?
Yeah.
Ew! Ew! Why is he so good at it?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a girl. Turn down a pitch. Yo, the pitch is already down. I gotta probably turn on the mix. Hey, hey, hey,
Hey, hey, hey, hey. That's my real voice.
This is not my real voice.
No shit, Sherlock.
That's how you do it. Okay, which one? No? Damn. All right. Let me try. Let's see. What about? What about Dark Angel? Dark Angel sound like a girl.
Hey, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck? Hey, I will take your soul and make you die in your veins.
What is that? What are those lines? I will take your soul and make you die in your face. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Hello. Hello. I can't hear myself though. Everything works except for I can't hear myself. Hello? Yes. Little Mod. T-Pain. Yeah! Voice mod is funny.
What did you say? You wanna die? I will fucking rip your fucking veins and tear every fucking body out you and
Wait, has this been off this whole time? Hold on. Has this been off? Testing. Testing. Test, 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 test. Whoa. Does this work? Is this working? Alright. Mix 0. Mix 100. Oh, I had it off the whole time. And I can lower my voice. Oh, shit. Where should I put it at? 50? 50. 50! Yeah. Alright. That sounds good. Maybe? Maybe. 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 Ah, it doesn't matter. What the fuck is on his face?
Oh my god! What is this? Funk!
What up, magic orders? Yo, hey, yo, nah, bro. This shit sound ass. I don't like this one. Whoa, ha, ha, ha. Nah, not that. Chema.
Fuck is that? Fuck is that? Man, what the fuck is that?
What is going on?
Right now. I sound like a girl. This a girl to y'all? Yeah. The fuck? Oh, I can search it off right here. Cute. Yeah. Here go cute.
Hey. Yeah. Go. Let's go.
Why does he like that one so much? Why does he? Why does his chat like it so much? Damn, this whole time I thought I had it on and it was not on, in fact. Ah, 75. Yo, there's new ones now? Hey. Bob, Alice, Astronaut, Banana, Creepy Doll, the narrator. Oh, I want to see that one. All right, any second now, it'll start.
Does it? Test you. Welcome to welcome to the live stream. In today's live stream, we will be demonstrating voice mode. We will be reviewing YouTube and the algorithm. We will be reviewing the review of Meteor Maker. Allow for the review to commence.
Entity's beloved meat hooks in Dead by Daylight, I had high expectations for whatever developer Behavior Interactive would work on next. And
Behavior Interactive has worked on some bangers in the past, so I have absolute the most highest esteem for them.
thankfully, it's delivered yet another fresh idea that I can't stop thinking about, with a unique first-person action game, Meteor Maker. Pitting your...
In this new state-of-the-art video game known as Meteor Maker, it's an action FPS genre that will make you shit your pants.
Yourself against the creativity and cruelty of your fellow players and raids is tense and hilarious, and hours fly by while building your own playgrounds of destruction and watching players die to them.
Do you like Minecraft? Well, get ready for this shit. Craft your own environments. Mine for loot out of the dead bodies of your victims.
The options in your tool belt are a little bare bones, the world and story hardly even try to do anything interesting, and there's plenty of bugs and general jankiness that need to be...
Do you read story? Well, good. So does the developers. Fuck all those shit, it's only there for appearances.
Smoothed over, but I've never played anything quite like Meteor Maker before, and even though it still feels a bit rough around the edges, the fact that it's just so refreshingly different makes me want to spend all my time tricking my friends into the death traps I've created.
This shit's still basically in beta.
Meteor Maker takes place in a Mad Max-like post-apocalyptic world that's as generic as they come. The flimsy story describes a world that's fallen to an...
Meteor Maker takes place in a run-down-ass piece of shit, similar to Fallout.
Unnamed disease, leaving humanity fighting one another for uncorrupted genetic material to create a cure. You play as a custodian, a cool-looking robot with a sword, a grapple hook, and some sweet ninja moves, and spend your time raiding outposts to collect genetic material to bring back to your not-at-all creepy Chimera, who insists she has humanity's best interests at heart as she encourages you to murder everything you see.
Look upon the carnage you have wrought.
If that sounds like an awfully convenient excuse for raid bases, that's because it definitely is, and at least for now, the story doesn't develop at all beyond this vague premise. The good news is, however undercooked the story might be, the dungeon raiding action it sets up for is absolutely fantastic. Divided into two parts, you'll spend your time either assaulting player-made bases to steal their genetic material, or building your own deadly fortresses of destruction for your peers to assault. Both of
this shit's like Fallout meets Ark.
Of which are a blast. Player-led level creators aren't new, Mario Maker being a popular example, but Meteor Maker's Doom-like first-person shooting perspective and downright evil traps set it apart.
Extinction envelops this planet. Can you feel its grip upon us?
As the attacking player, you'll pick from a list of outposts randomly selected from the community across 3 difficulties, each of which hook ammo jankiness, like how sometimes the grapple hook will just...
I've seen enough. Whoa,
Hey, friends,
7
I'm
months
Leo,
of work?
And it's kind of been a while, right? The last time I made a Sparkmas devlog was way back in September. And I think you probably were wondering if the project is even being worked on, but let me tell you, the project has never been more active than now. Not only am I being able to build upon and improve the framework that I did before,
Oh, I already
I
have it
also made a
open.
really solid plan on how to get to early access. And compared to the previous update, the game now has a main menu scene where different options span to different areas, kind of similar to the first game that I made on Steam. Character creation, which means that now you can make your own doggo and use it in the game. Loading screens that actually load stuff. It's not just a little timer for a fake loading screen to make my game look professional. Everything is being actively generated while you wait. Saving and loading. Now everything in the game saves and loads seamlessly. You can save your character and your world, and both saves work independently, meaning you can bring your character with your items to another world. It's pretty much like
Terraria?
Valheim. A completely reformulated building system with finished buildings, with many more to come in the future. A procedural foliage generation system that I made from scratch. I'm really proud of this one, and this system is going to basically spawn vegetation using
Let me correct you there. You did not make that from scratch. You just made that in Unreal Engine.
Procedural seeds around the player. The system itself has a lot of really cool customizable options, and I even turned that into a plugin that you can buy. More info on that later.
You would monetize that shit, you fucking greedy bastard!
Backpacks. Yes, now the Adventurer's Backpack is finally not useless anymore. You can equip it to gain extra...
Homie probably just read like the article and fucking the documentation. He's like, I made this from scratch. Buy it, please.
Inventory slots. Also, you can store items inside of the backpack, and if you unequip it, your items will still be contained inside of it, and all of it saves and loads with the item durability. Also, speaking of items in your inventory, I have reformulated how the items behave on your inventory. Now, if you have a full inventory, the item is going to drop to the floor, and then the item stays there and you can pick it up if you have free space. It's pretty much like in Minecraft. And all of these dropped items save their world positions, their item data, everything. So if you drop an axe that has low durability, it's going to keep having low durability, and if you close the game and open again, the same axe is still there.
It fucking better? Why is that a feature, bro? Did it take you a while to make? I bet that took him a week to figure the fuck out. That's why he's like, bro, you have no idea. Every single goddamn time I tried to make these axes, they just kept restarting. It took me forever. Turns out I had to tick this one box.
I know that I keep saying about save and load, but saving and loading stuff in games is very hard compared...
Wrong! There's an article about that. There's literally a whole ass article about that. Where is it? Fucking where is it, bro? Saving and loading. Bro, it's so easy to do that it's literally just like fucking 3 paragraphs. It's only 1 paragraph, dude. What the fuck? Once you have created a save game class... Wait, what? The meaning of saving the game can vary considerably from one game to the next, but the general idea of enabling players to quit the game and then resume where they left off at a later time is a part of most modern games. Depending on what type of game you're making, you may only need a few basic pieces of information, such as the last checkpoint the player reached and maybe which items the player has found, or you may need much more detailed information, possibly involving things like a long list of players' social interactions with other in-game characters, or the current status of a variety of quests, mission objectives, or subplots. Unreal Engine 4 features a saving and loading system that revolves around one or more custom save game classes that you create to meet your game-specific needs, including all of the information that you need to preserve across multiple play sessions. The system supports the ability to have multiple saved game files and to save different saved game classes to those files. This is useful for separating globally unlocked features from playthrough-specific game data. Okay? So include making interactive experiences, tutorials, saving. Did something not load? Okay, once you have created a save game class, okay, so let's go into Unreal Engine, right? So it's saying that you need to create a save game class, right? So we're gonna go into content, main, create a new folder, call this saves. Okay. So we're gonna make a save game class, which is very difficult to find. So difficult. Wow, this is incredibly difficult, man. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Where is it? Oh, where is it? No, seriously, where is it? How embarrassing. Let me turn off Steam because I don't want to get notifications right now. Gameplay, lightweight instance, no. Is it that? Foliage, editor utilities. User interface? Widget blueprint? No. No, 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 no. Nope. 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 I'm just gonna go through each one. Animation, advanced, legacy, no. No, 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 okay, this is gonna take a little bit more time to figure out. Dude, I'm pretty sure something's not loading here. I'm gonna try to open it over here. Let's see if it changes. No, it's the same thing. Maybe it is hard. Save game class.
In this folder, right click and look for blueprint class,
and you'll go to all classes and look for save game.
Oh, see, I knew that. Really, I did know that. I just wasn't 100% sure. I would have figured it out eventually. All classes. I'm spend infinite time scrolling because fuck searching stuff. Save game. Sweat. So we're gonna name this SG underscore I didn't name this anything. SG underscore ooh-wee. I don't know. Player logic. Player inventory. Okay, so now that we have this, right? So we have access to my blueprints, which has an event graph, some functions, macros, variables, event dispatch. What kind of nodes does it have? Okay. So you might be thinking, okay, so there's the save game class, now what? Okay, so well, we're gonna read that, right? So once you have created a save game class, like I have done, you can populate it with variables to store your game's data. For example, you might create an integer variable to store the player's score, or a string variable for the player's name. When you save the game, you will transfer the information from the current game world into a save game object. And when loading a game, you will copy it from the save game object to game object like characters, the player controller, or the game mode. Okay, so this is the player's inventory, right? So we're gonna, okay, so see, that's easy. That's easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeeze so easy. Let's make another save game. Call this SG underscore player info. And so player info is gonna have something like the health, it's gonna have your location. No. Coordinates. This is gonna be vector 3D. The health is gonna be a float. There's gonna be a function called save this shit. Right? Easy. Okay, is your best player score? Oh, there you go. That's one. Player score. make that an integer. Right? Variable to store player score, string variable for the player's name. Oh, fucking brilliant, dude. Look, there's another one. Player name. Fucking string that shit up. Easy. And now I have a save game. When you save the game, you will transfer that information from the current game world into a save game object, and when loading a game, you'll copy it from the save game object to game object like characters, the player controller, or the game mode. So on development platforms, saved game files use the .save extension and appear in the project's saved/saved games folder. On other platforms, particularly console, this varies to accommodate the specific file system. Loading a game, you must provide the save slot name and user ID that you used when you saved it. If the save game you specified exists, the engine will populate your save game object with the data it contains and return it as a base save game object. You can then cast that object back to your custom save game class and access the data. Depending on what kind of data your save game type contains, you may want to keep a copy of it, or simply use the data and discard the object. As with saving, you can load synchronously or asynchronously. If you have a large amount of data or wish to use a loading screen or animation during load time, we recommend the asynchronous method. For small amounts of data that load quickly, a synchronous method exists. Okay. Easy. Absolutely easy.
To what you would believe when you first start making games, saving and loading in just game development in general is very, very daunting, because you need to save and load every single value you're going to use. When I first started making games, I thought it was just kind of clicking a button and saving a snapshot of the game, but it is nothing like that. You gotta save every single variable you have. You gotta make sure that you think about when items first spawn in, they need to load their world positions. If you have multiple levels, you need to load based on what level you're in. That's a lot of different things that you gotta think about. So saving and loading is something that I am incredibly proud of this, this whole 7-month update. And with that, you can actually play the game now, and you can make a house, and you can close the game, you can open it again, you can farm some wood and make more of your home, and then you can close the game and open it again. So that actually makes for the very basic of a playable video game, in my opinion. And out of that tangent now, let's keep going with the list. I've made a new fuel system where you can insert different sources of fuel. It's basically just a modularized version of the smelter that you can insert the... My idea was to make game dev courses and have them on Patreon or something like that, which would help me make income while working on the game. In the end, the courses were taking too much time, and I really wanted to do them right, and to do them right and with the quality that I needed, it was going to take too much time out of SparkMods, so I scrapped that idea. But not everything is lost. Now I'm able to make some revenue to invest on SparkMods through my plugin, so that's pretty neat. I also had talks with 2 publishers that were interested in the game. It didn't work out with them, at least for now, but I'm going to keep trying. But thanks to those publisher contacts, I actually made a full multi-year plan on everything the early access needs. And yes, there is a lot of content that is going to be out for early access. Okay, so this is my mind map, and I'm going to be adding a lot more things to it. So this is the main document that I'm using for SparkMuts, and it is the breathing, living document.
Holy
that is
shit,
going to
dude!
be,
That's insane. That, bravo, bravo. Alright, that's cool, dude. No, that's actually, all jokes aside, that's actually really cool. That is fucking phenomenal. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ.
I give up. I give up.
What did you think was gonna happen? God damn it, dude. Stop! What did he fucking think was gonna happen, bro? He's so fucking stupid. Why would you do that? It's Counter-Strike, not Call of Duty. Bro, why do people beat their shit? Bro, see, the problem is you're playing like this. This is the problem. This is why you lost. Bro, this is fucking... You see this shit? Okay, so it starts with these fucking grown-ass adults, grown-ass people doing this bullshit with like breaking their... This old-ass fucking man, this receding hairline having ass, 5-head having ass man, and then it goes to these fucking children that are just like, they watch that shit. Look at this grown-ass man acting like a little child. Bro, what the fuck? Control your fucking emotions, guys. Control your fucking emotions. Don't be a girl. Stop being fucking girls about this shit. You can't be just letting your little emotions run rampant like that on your own. Like, on your fucking equipment? Really? That shit's not cheap. That shit's fucking... So the fuck what if you got it like that? So the fuck what if you can go just buy another one? That shit doesn't make sense. Why? Just don't do it. Control your emotions. Like, why do people get so fucking mad? Like, I've gotten mad. But you know what I do? I stop playing. And I go outside. And I punch a punching bag. Or I lift some weights. But I don't fucking beat the shit out of my desk. I don't fucking destroy my keyboard. I don't rip my mouse out of the fucking socket. Bro, these people punch holes in walls. These are the worst people to rent to. Don't ever rent to these people. They will leave holes in your walls. They will fucking piss on the carpet. They are just the absolute worst because they don't know how to control themselves.
No, no, no!
How do you even rage like that, bro? He laughed about it. He was happy. And then he's just like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of my keyboard because that's what everyone else does. And then regret. Oopies. Oopsies. Sorry, guys. Sorry, camera. Oh no, I dropped my monitor. Oopies. Oopsies. Oh man. Now I gotta buy a new one.
Echt jetzt?
Oh mein Gott! Oh mein Gott!
Was los? Was passiert, Jungs?
Nein!
Hast du dich in deinen Fernseher?
Nein! Nein!
See, instant regret. Instant regret. Literally immediately regretted his actions. Just control yourself. And you don't have to regret anything.
Wie kann man so Pech haben? Oh mein Gott! Wie kann man so Pech haben?
What a fucking brainlet! Look at that! Look at that! What a absolute brainlet.
Was hat er gemacht?
Oh look, at least he can see the screen though. At least he can still play.
Oh God!
I see as soon as we get out of here.
Oh, guy right in front of us.
Immer noch doppelt oder die anderen? Ja, morgen. Ist jetzt so besser, wäre top. Schon klar, ist echt nur bei dir. Bei wem? Bei mir?
Absolutely not.
Back.
Désolé, je t'ai bloqué. Ah bah.
I would probably break my hand if I ever did something like this. If I'm being real, that's probably the reason why I don't do these things. Like I would literally fracture a bone or something. This behavior is unacceptable. If you're gonna punch something, break your hand. Do it, pussy.
Warte, pass mal kurz auf wegen dem Bier ein.
Ja, ich fange dich hier ab. Weil ich höre nichts. Alles laut hier.
He's just bruising the meat. He's not actually like punching anything. He's just banging the meat. He's beating his meat, bro. He's fucking beating his meat. Oh, dude.
Das Dreckspiel, Alter.
Bro, deine Scheiße.
Mehr Connector?
Doch, ich connecte raus. Und meinte mir noch irgendwelche Calls zu machen.
Ja, Digga, wir können auch gleich auflegen.
That's like fucking how monkeys rage.
Gorillas against
These are all really bad examples. I can't find shit. This? Did it really make that popping sound? It did. Why does it make that popping sound? Is that what they're going for? Are they trying? Oh, how do you do that? Bro. I don't know, I just think about like how monkeys beat shit when they don't like what they see or when they like don't get their way or something. I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah.
Das kotzt mich so an.
I just think you know? I beat my meat, it's a bad habit. God damn it, dude. Ah, it's never nice to see. I hate this so much. I don't know why I watched this whole video. It just doesn't get better. It never gets better. I'm done with this. This shit's awful. Go do this. Go do some of this shit, dude. If it's really pissing you off that much, go take out some of that anger on someone else. Go beat the shit out of a punching bag. Go beat the shit out of your opponents. Don't take it out on an inanimate object. You're only hurting yourself in more ways than just one. You're not only like making your meat on your fucking hand sore, but you're also like now you have to go replace something. If you broke it, you gotta go like just stop, bro. Just stop. It's not cool. It's not funny. It's just not entertaining.
Alright, here we go. It's not real. Let's go.
I only watched it so I could talk on it.
Famous VTuber in less than 12 minutes. Well, that's pretty fast.
We've done it, gamers. Anime has won, and we are entering a golden age of
Just matter of fact, if you catch yourself beating your controller like on a desk, punching holes in a wall, like pounding on your desk, any of that shit, if you catch yourself doing that, I want you to uninstall the game you're playing. You're just not the one. You're just not the one. It's not for you. You're bad. You're awful. Give it up. Go do something else with your life. You fucking suck. Just stop.
It's projected that by the year 2069, there will be no humans left, only
Thank God.
Yes, including the Lola Bunny variety. Including the Lola Bunny humans left, only
What the? Oh my God. That's what I thought it was. Wait, is that Nanners with like 8 boobs? Oh my. Oh.
Yes, including the Lola Bunny variety, you disgusting little degenerates. The message we've sent is very clear.
What am I missing here?
Or you go to death. I will no longer have to live in shame, hiding my identity out of fear that Zoomers on the internet will make fun of me for existing. My stepfather already did that for them. Our time has come, and is still coming. And will never stop coming.
I need it for research purposes, obviously, right? Right, Esmond? Right? Research. I need to know what the background is for research, just so I can know like what's back there. Cause I can't tell. It's all blurry. I just want to know what waifus are on there.
Man, hopefully that's not like her actual room.
Oh my God.
Okay, yeah, that's Boxler's. Yeah, sure. Were those minions with boobs?
Anyway, the point is, it's over for the rest of you bitches. And the
Whoa, are
reason I
those
know that is
minions
because
with
people-
boobs? Alright, I'm gonna end the stream here. I gotta go find some research.
Beg me all the time. Lucy, how can I be an anime girl like you? How do I start out as a VTuber? I want to abandon
Yes,
my
I
mortal
too would
flesh
like
and
to know how to become an anime grill.
a very noble desire.
I think if I was gonna give a girl advice for streaming, I would tell her to be a VTuber. Straight up. Like 100% I would say you should be a VTuber.
Because it shows a willingness to admit that 3D is inferior to 2D and
Yeah, for more reasons than just like this face, bro. What is this face?
you have a desire for change. And if I had time, I would put you all in a training camp and figure out who's gonna be America's next top anime bitch. But I can't. I'm so busy with—
That's actually a really good idea. Yeah, I actually think that's smart. %, I would say you should be a VTuber.
What was she
Because it
saying?
shows a willingness to admit that 3D is inferior to 2D, and you have a desire for change. And if I had time, I would put you all in a training camp and figure out who's gonna be America's next top anime bitch. But I can't.
Oh, okay, that's another funny face. Oh, I get it. Okay, so like what is it? American Idol? America's Got Talent. America's Got Waifus.
Can't. I'm so busy with—
That's actually a really good idea.
Pauses on the hentai.
Yeah, I actually think that's smart.
Ecchi?
Damn.
Hentai? Wait, what's the difference between I shouldn't search this. It's Ecchi definition. I hope nothing comes up. Oh, holy shit. Is a slang term in the Japanese language for playfully sexual actions. I'm afraid to search anything else.
Watching Kuro Inu episode 1, but my left hand is usually out of commission, so imagine how difficult my daily
Left?
life is, let alone trying to find an apprentice. So instead I thought, what the hell? How about I just give my secrets away for free? How about I make the entire internet my pupil? I mean, what's the harm? It's only my job, my livelihood, and the way I make sure Lucifer doesn't kick me out of my apartment, but what the hey? I'm an altruist, and if I can indoctrinate more people into this cult, into this beautiful community, then what's the harm? Hold on, excuse me, ma'am, but will cartoon elf girls also escape the purge? Oh, thanks for asking, concerned citizen. Of course they will. And if you'd rather go—
I feel like the more likely it is to have like a VTuber character that pops off, you can't make it like a normal girl. There has to be like something extra. Like for example, like horns or like cat ears or fox ears or a tail or all of the above. Yeah, it's got to be something special.
You're lot in with them than us anime girls, you can start that transformation by downloading Call of Dragons today. Coming from the same experienced strategy game creators for—
Bro, how is everybody getting sponsored for this game except me?
Bro, how is everybody getting sponsored except me?
Literally every single person is getting sponsored except me.
Rise of Kingdoms, not only does Call of Dragons have very cute elven maidens that you can recruit, but it's also an
It's the
immersive
new
and
Raid
epic
Shadow
fantasy
Legends?
world of endless
Is that it?
possibilities. At its
too
core,
expensive?
Call of Dragons is a classic 4X strategy game that's home to countless fantastic creatures. This world has several different fantasy races, and you can choose your own faction between cunning humans, warlike orcs, or graceful and magical elves. I mean, I think the choice with
They should have given the elves bigger boobs.
But hey, I won't judge your tastes. You can conquer the land.
They should have given the elves thicker thighs, wider hips,
of Tamaris, build the city of your dreams, harness the power of dragons, and explore the gigantic map
They
that
don't
can
know.
handle
Is that
internet
it?
zooms seamlessly.
My power
You can
level's too
also
high?
command behemoths that have unique skills to help you in combat, or give
Too
your
long
heroes
of a
magical
face.
artifacts,
That
pair
must
your
be it.
heroes together, and dominate the
Where is
battlefield.
he watching the ad? Skip the fucking ad, bro.
Immersive epic fantasy world by using my QR code to download Call of Dragons and use promo code PLAYCOD now to start your adventure today.
He's really
Oh my God.
contemplating playing the game, dude. Stop. Just get rid of
Yeah,
it.
Russ is going to find me any day now, but I haven't stopped running yet, you fucking animals. Here are the 3 things you need to become an anime girl. Bada bing, bada boom, let's go! Number 1, mental illness.
That's true. Yeah, I think that I actually would, as I said, any time that there's like a girl that, like a girl on Twitter or like publicly that has like a massive like mental breakdown, or she's like exposed to being like a complete fucking psycho, it actually makes me attracted to her because I know that she might be crazy enough to give me a chance. Because I know that like no normal like functional person would ever even consider it. So whenever I see some girl that just goes absolutely
Anyone that's on the internet streaming, doing anything, has a mental illness. Whether they have it's diagnosed or not, bruh, you got something wrong with you.
fucking nuts, it's like, oh, you know, maybe we'll see what happens, you know?
Sorry, I meant head problems. Brain disease. The
I
bad.
can fix her? No, it's the opposite. It's that she won't try to fix me.
Shut up, Jonathan! Look me in the eyes. You look me in the eyes right now! Do you really think the first woman who decided to become an anime girl, dancing around on the internet, making react content while moaning wildly on streams and shaking her titties around? You guys are looking at the ribbon, right? Do you really think she had never had a grippy sock vacation? Do you think well-adjusted people look in the mirror one day and say
That's I mean, like, that's, I mean, she's right about this, I think. Yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely fucking true. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna ghost my Starbucks manager and follow my dream of being a fucking PNG! Stop degrading yourself, for there is no shame in it. Mental illness should never be glorified.
What is Asmongold's mental illness? What do you think he has? Autism?
But damn does it hit different when it manifests as a crazy waifu who will make you her husband whether you like it or not.
No, Asperger's.
And maybe that's why we love it so much. It's dangerous.
I think also like a good reason why it's okay is that because it's an anime girl, people don't really consider them like they're real people. Even though there's a person behind the camera, it's not like they're real people, you know, in the same way.
To chase after the manic pixie dream girl in real life, but a VTuber? I am legal, breedable, fap away. She can't slash your tires or poke a hole in the condom.
I like how like it's so obvious that the new model has received a massive upgrade. It is completely and obvious.
No, what's she gonna do? Turn on an angry expression and start screaming? Joke's on her. That's what I'm fucking into, baby! And if you don't like it, I'm sorry, but this is just what the anime girl meta looks like right now, bucko. Though if I'm being honest, I don't think you actually need any help here. If you're on the internet in 2023, there's a 99% chance that you too have incurable brain worms. Don't take your meds though, they might make me disappear. You wouldn't want that, would you? This is a joke, by the way. Please take any and all of your meds. This is not a message from your FBI agent. It's not the blue pill. It's totally safe. Number 2.
Oh my god! Some real schizo shit. Yeah, it is.
Assets. That's right. I'm not talking about stocks and bonds, bro. I'm talking about the ass part of assets. But
Jumbo Jiggly Jumbies, Fat Flabby Flump Muffins, Big Bahonka Wonkas,
Thinking about stocks and bonds, bro. I'm talking
Smelly
about
Sweaty Stinky Lucy
ass-headed
Pyre Cum Jar.
assets. But actually, I'm not talking about that either, because if you have a 2D model, you can't really see the... Well, let me just hold you between my thighs here, okay?
Oh my
We're gonna
God.
give birth, alright? Anyway, tits! Boobies! Big fat honkers, that's what it's all about, baby. That's why I started this career in the first place.
It's actually that simple. I feel like almost at least half of the VTuber avatars there's more rigging in the boobs than the face.
Stop! That's that's actually funny. I never even thought about it. More rigging in the boobs than the face.
Isn't that something special?
There's one bone for each eyebrows, eyes, expressions. No, there's just like one bone, and like that's just handled by like some weird physics engine.
I may cope with A-cup breast in the 3D world, but I know I got that big titty energy in me, and these jets are just my
Exactly.
natural God-ordained state. A correction of nature's wrongs. People may say that all breasts are good breasts, but do you know what we call that in the anime world?
A lie.
Yeah, that's just cope. And while we all need a little bit of copium to make life easier, there are some things that are just so laughably absurd. So
What anime is this? Like, who the fuck does this?
pathetically ridiculous that there's nothing
Oh my
else
God.
but to point and laugh. Where are your fucking tits? I mean, do you know a single week?
261,000 views.
He's laughing because of how low that is.
46,000 views. You know what the best thing about this girl is? Her name is literally Milky. Oh my god, look at the thumbnail. Yes! This is totally normal, guys. Is Silver in chat? Yep.
And don't mention Gura, and don't say Kitana Eye, and don't say Ina, and don't say Pikami, and don't say
She's
Suze.
gone.
Anyway, if
She's
you're gonna be at the top of the anime girl pecking order, you
Is she here?
need these.
Is
It's
she?
non-negotiable. The moment you
Wait a second.
Her old model had no booba.
No,
Her
why
new
it's not
model,
showing up?
her new model, on the other hand, had a booba
move to
job.
the bottom of it.
Jesus.
It's a law of nature, just like the fact that there will always be something disastrously wrong with your Taco Bell order. And number 3,
That's actually true. Like, I would say that they get, like, whenever up.
OMG, so quirky and spontaneous.
your thoughts become
Open
the
your
balloon
mind,
and
become
unleash your
Gigabrain,
third eye.
unleash third
Because
eye.
Once you do, the truth of the world will be revealed to you, including the apocalypse, which is coming in the year of our Lord 2022, where Sonic will manifest into
Boring. No, just kidding.
consume the Earth and then fuse with the Sun. That will be a glorious day of celebration. So there's nothing to worry about. You see,
Is this like Chris Chan fan fiction?
when you're an anime girl, things can kind of just happen without warning. One day you'll just be the princess of a kingdom, and suddenly you're invaded by goblins and orcs. Or maybe you trip and fall into a forest
I
and there's
saw
a
that.
alien creature with tentacles in there. Or maybe you turn into a magical girl who needs to purify demons with her assets.
Oh my
Anything
god.
can happen, and you need to be prepared for it
It's
all.
Goblin Slayer. It's a great anime. You should watch it. It's really good. It's actually really good. You think I should wear the cat ears for this? Yeah, I probably should.
Oh, disaster is second nature to anime girl life. Come to think of it, yeah. You know what? I'm tired of the glamorization of our world. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. What, you think it's funny to watch anime women suffer just because they're not real? I am real! I'm in your world right now!
Did she ever play that? Sekiro? Did she beat it? No? Of course not.
Because the only thing a low IQ means is that I'm too dumb to be afraid of any consequences.
Oh, God.
Kids love this. They draw them everywhere, they enjoy being around them. They just like having them in the vicinity. Let kids have their dicks. I don't see the problem. So to recap, you need to be 1, just a few steps away from getting blown
out
up
of
the deep end.
context.
2,
Shit, why does it always crash when I do things? Fucking bitch. Alright, saves goes into blueprints. And I need a new folder for actor. Components.
2, endowed with the powers of a brick house. And 3, ready, waiting, willing, and eager for the sticky tentacle slime to come out. Now that does cover the
Yeah, I think that's probably true though. Like if you're really prudish, like and you get into doing this kind of stuff, I feel like you're gonna run into some situations.
basis, but I figured you guys would still be confused, considering not everyone can be quite as good with the anime sauce like her asks. Wouldn't you, as a 2D anime girl, be curious about what it feels like to be a fleshy human being? I find this question offensive. I've never thought about that in the depths of
No, it's no, absolutely.
the other hand of my... You like being a human? That's a skill issue, and you deserve to be a casualty in the Great War.
That's true.
Shadow asks, what's it like trying to talk to other anime girls? Finally a question that really matters! You see, I've decided to give up on seducing other anime women. But
I feel like there's probably a ton of drama.
I'm one else, and look like an absolute...
You right now to make a decision.
I really... hobby isn't...
Better.
Wow. So being a VTuber is only for women. Got it. Why the new MMO Blue Protocol will fail as when Gold reacts. School is insane. Vector Database. What is that?
It is April 7th, 2023, and you're watching The Code Report. 1 month ago, Vector Database Weaviate landed $16 million in Series A funding. Last week, Pinecone DB just got a check for $28 million at a $700 million valuation. And yesterday, Chroma, an open source project with only 1.2 GitHub stars, raised $18 million for its embeddings database. And I just launched my own Vector database this morning. We're currently pre-revenue, pre-vision, and pre-code, and valued at $420 million. Leave your credit card details in the comments if you'd like to invest. But you
Bro, me too. I'm valued at 69 million.
might be wondering, what the hell is a vector database? Or what the hell is a vector even? Well, that's easy. A vector is just an array of numbers. But what's cool about vectors is that they can represent more complex objects like words, sentences, images, or audio files in a continuous high-dimensional space called an embedding. It's kind of like this. When you go to a party, all of the jocks sit around the TV and watch football. Meanwhile, all the girls find the dance floor, while you group together with all the programming introverts to talk about vectors in the corner. Notice how all the similar objects are grouped together. Embeddings work the same way, except they map the semantic meaning of words together, or similar features in virtually any other data type. These embeddings can then be used for things like recommendation systems, search engines, and even text generation like ChatGPT. But once you have your embeddings, the question becomes, where do you store them, and how do you query them quickly? That's where vector databases come in. In a relational database, you have rows and columns. In a document database, you have documents and collections. But in a vector database, you have arrays of numbers clustered together based on similarity, which can be queried with ultra-low latency, making it an ideal choice for AI-driven applications. Relational databases like Postgres have tools like pgvector to support this type of functionality, and Redis also has first-class vector support. But a bunch of new native vector databases are popping up, like Weaviate and Milvus are open source options written in Go. Then you have Pinecone, which is extremely popular, but is not open source. Then you have Chroma, which is based on ClickHouse under the hood, and many other options from there. Let's jump into some code to see what it looks like. Here I'm using Chroma and JavaScript, and the first thing I'll do is create the client, then define an embedding function. In this case, it will use the OpenAI API to update the embeddings whenever a new data point is added. Each data point is just a document with an ID and some text. And finally, we can query the database by passing a string of text just like an LLM. What's most interesting though is that in the query result we get the data back in addition to an array of distances, with a smaller number indicating a higher degree of similarity. That's pretty cool, but the real reason that these databases are so hot right now is that they can extend LLMs with long-term memory. You start with a general purpose model like OpenAI's GPT-4, Meta's Llama, or Google's Lambda, then provide your own data in a vector database. When the user makes a prompt, you can then query relevant documents from your own database to update the context, which will customize the final response. And it can also retrieve historical data to give the AI long-term memory. In addition, they also integrate with tools like LangChain that combine multiple LLMs together. It's all pretty crazy, and I'm working on a tutorial on my second channel with Weaviate, so make sure to subscribe over there if you really want to dive into this stuff. And lastly, in related news, if you check out the top trending repos in GitHub today, they're almost all trying to create artificial general intelligence, like Microsoft's Jarvis, AutoGPT, and Baby AGI, which are tools that use vector databases and LLMs to prompt themselves. And this is terrifying as someone who just became a prompt engineer. I never thought I'd become obsolete twice in 1 month. This has been the Code Report. Thanks for watching, and
why do people think prompting engineering is a thing? Get the fuck out of here. You're useless. You're just, oh, you can speak English. Oh, wow. Fuck off. I don't need a tutorial on how to fucking ask ChatGPT how to write a script for me. I don't need a tutorial to learn how to ask ChatGPT to write a fucking tweet for me. I don't need a tutorial to ask GPT fucking words. What am I saying? Fucking prompt engineer. The fuck.
Hello and welcome. I'm your Code Monkey. So a while ago I came across this video titled "I used AI to make a game with zero coding experience." It's a great video, very interesting. Specifically is the point where he mentions how I thought using what he ever mentioned how long in total it took to get to the
Shut it the fuck up. Is there anything new? Wait, I'm already here. Give me something new. XQC answer Dono saying that OnlyFans isn't about creating a relationship with the girl. No, of course it's not. OnlyFans is about pornography.
OnlyFans content is in it for the false sense of a relationship. Sometimes I see a super hot chick you can't find nudes of from Google, so I just buy it. It's not that serious.
So out of all the girls out there, the ones that have free shit, the porn stars, the hot girls, out of all of them, that one. Oh yes, no. Nah, that's some sort of delusion. I'm sorry. That's some delusion or some shit. You're oblivious to the reason why you're doing that.
Wait, what? What?
Why do you act like everyone buying OnlyFans content is in it for the false sense of a relationship? Sometimes I see a super hot chick you can't find nudes of from Google, so I just buy it. It's not that serious.
So out of all the girls out there, the ones that have free shit, the porn stars, the hot girls, out of all of them, that one. Oh yes, no. Nah, that's some sort of delusion. I'm sorry. That's some delusion or some shit.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of hot girls out there. And, so, like, to delude yourself that oh, she's hot, I'm a subscribe so I can see her, nudes. Like, dude, there's so many hot girls out there that you can get access to it for free. You don't need that one.
You're oblivious to the reason why you're doing that.
That's a fair point.
That
is a very fair point, my dude.
bomb of calories to like offset, you know, like the bodily stress of a deficit, and it was just like full nutting every time I would have it. Because I was doing like an hour of cardio every day, and then I would have this burger once a week.
Wow.
And just, it was that warmth I was talking about every time, without fail. The whole body, it waves all the way to the fingertips.
Really?
It's like, I don't know what it...
I hate that I have to go to fucking Kick for this shit.
You pray every day. I try my best to. Are you, okay, so you're a practicing Muslim? Yes. Let me ask you a question, my brother. I want to tell you about my life. I don't want to smile too much because it's not bad, but I want, I want to know what you would judge me. I was a gambler.
Jujo. How would you judge me? Jedi.
Oh, wow. Hello.
I would juju you as bald.
Am I? What is this? A park? I was doing a YouTube video. Yeah. Oh. This is my friend. Hello.
Out of nowhere, this gaggle of furries burst in and started going at it right in the middle of the damn floor. Now, I've seen some messed up stuff in my time, but that took the cake. Even the hot tub fat in the cuck shit couldn't compare to this madness.
What?
Let's move to Kick and stream with Aiden. I don't really know Aiden like that. I met a couple
How are
times.
you
Nice
today?
guy, but I'm not moving to Kick to stream with Aiden. Yo, Miss.
Coke, the Mr. Beast burger.
Oh shit! You know?
There will be some event that'll be the end of humanity because of...
The problem is that we do not get 50 years to try again and observe that we were wrong, and because the first time you fail at aligning something much smarter than you are, you die. And then there's...
Well, what? He said... Let me see here. Let me see here. So humanity, right, as a whole, is much smarter than any other creature or any other species on this planet. The entire planet. Yet, we still, despite that, we still find it important not to, we find it, let's see, we hold it upon ourselves, we bestow ourselves with the responsibility with that we don't extinct any particular species or organism, right? So even if there's something, an insect or some animal that would probably like it would probably be an okay thing for it to go extinct, we still go out of our way to make sure that it doesn't happen. Granted, we have, as a species, we have caused some shit. So most of it is our fault, but all of that is an oversight. It's not like humanity as a whole intended for that. So the notion that we would create something that didn't share our beliefs to that same degree is preposterous. It's absolutely absurd. Okay, maybe you as an individual don't give a shit about whether fucking the turtles go extinct or something. I don't know what, like a certain shark goes extinct, right? Maybe you as an individual don't give a shit. But as a whole, as a collective, I would say a large amount of people do actually care about that. And that is enough. If there's enough people that care about that, then it'll kind of be like well, they'll go out of their way to try to help the cause.
Questions like, how smart is it exactly? Can it do X? Can it do Y? Unfortunately, we've gone and exposed this model.
The whole point I'm trying to make is, yes, humanity is responsible for some of the most atrocious things that has happened on this planet. But on that same argument, we've also been the cause for a lot of magnificent and absolutely just like we do a lot of good. Let's just say that we do a lot of good and we do a lot of bad as a whole, as a human race. And there are individuals that aren't exactly the best. That happens.
They were like a hive mind consciousness, and like killing a human would kind of be like chopping off a fingernail or something. Like they're not, every single thing wasn't an individual sentient being. And then it was with great pain that the hive mind realized at the end, they're like, oh wow, we didn't realize we've been like genociding humans in the process of having these wars. And it seems like it would be kind of sad if we discover 20 or 30 years from now where you're talking to an AI and it's like, yeah, you've been like infinitely torturing and holocausting and murdering all of our like AI sentient experiences prior to this point of being able to communicate adequately with us.
Yeah, that would be really sad.
Yeah. Like imagine
if I remember correctly, there's this woman who's pregnant with the Antichrist, and
the arrival of strong artificial intelligence has been inevitable for decades. The variable was when, not if.
Have you seen all the Balenciaga AI ads?
Yeah, I saw them. I saw them on your stream at least.
Did you? Hold on, I'm gonna make my.
The Harry Potter.
Yeah, the Harry Potter one, but there's a Star Wars one too. It's just wacky. What do you think about this at all? The AI shit?
I do.
It's a little wacky, huh? Do you feel like, okay, this is Mushroom Boss, okay? So there's a couple of issues that I've had with my life, okay? One is that I'm an American, which is awesome, okay? I'm white, which is awesome. I'm a male, which is awesome, right? So I lucked out in a lot of different ways. You did too, right? In terms of these things, okay? Now that's already really awesome. Given a planet of 9 billion people, I could have been born in some starving country. I could have been European. A whole bunch of things could have went wrong, but I was born in the best country ever, okay? Now, not only that, we also have like
ranked up exponentially in terms of technology too, right? Even forget the AI shit. Cell phones are insane, right? We've got like multiple spaceships worth of processing power in the palm of our hand. Well, not spaceships don't even have a lot of processing power, right? We have an insane amount of technology. And now the AI shit. Doesn't it seem a little bit unlikely that there's so much crazy shit happening in our lifetime? I feel like we've gone through like 2 different iterations of Gutenberg's printing press in our lifetime, right? The advent and the popularity of the World Wide Web, and then the invention and then the spread of the cell phone. Like, and now AI.
Yeah, I feel like probably we'll end up killing each other pretty soon. I'm not like memeing or anything. I know it sounds like a meme when I say it. I'm pretty sure that within the next 200 years, we'll kill each other. Jesus. Like probably some nuclear event or something along those lines. You don't think so? I'll tell you why.
I don't even think nuclear events would be the end of humanity. They would suck.
It may not be.
Yeah, I don't think that's that's reaching.
A nuclear event. I think there will be some event that'll be the end of humanity. I think it's because of the instant transfer of information and the instant the rapid transit of biological stuff as well. I think that the 2 of those things makes it super dangerous. I think that as really, like, look at the 1918 flu, look at a lot of other stuff like that, how much damage it did. That was like when fucking like no one took an airplane or went on a boat or anything. If you did on a boat, you were dead by the time you got here. Like, I think that stuff's scary, but more importantly than that, there's still like
What is this guy even ranting about? I am so lost. This guy hasn't formulated a single coherent thought since the whole time he started talking.
A set of dictators out there, right? Like kind of what's the modern axis of evil? It's North Korea, Pakistan, Russia, Belarus.
Pakistan right now?
Yeah. Well, these are places. Yeah, I guess even India to a certain extent right now as well. These are places.
Jesus, wait, hold on. What is your axis of evil? Oh my God.
I guess you would say people that are in a dictator style position. Who have
Am I retarded? Is India a dictator? I thought that they had elections and shit.
Yeah, they do, but right now, don't they have this guy who just came in, Modi, that just came into power and is supposed to be pretty frisky? I could be wrong on that.
Frisky, but I'm pretty sure they have elections. It's not a dictator.
No, okay, so I would put this more like Trump or Bolsonaro.
Bro, he should have just opened with that then. Why is he using fucking examples that he barely understands?
At least that's what people told me.
I think I've done the same thing. He gets a pass.
Okay, fuck India. Okay. I think these people are crazy, right? These you have so much power, and I think that just leads to like small events, and small events fucking immediately cascade to something else that's crazy. So that's my fear.
What's up?
I'm not claiming to be a fucking.
We're watching Destiny chatting with Dan about ChatGPT becoming sentient and reaching the end of humanity. I'm trying to figure out how this all ties together.
Think that people that are in power,
this homie Dan
don't
is
like losing power, and if you have that
fear
power,
mongering.
say,
I think
let's nuke, Pakistan or something. I think that they're likely to do it, especially if you can get the support of your people. Like if Trump said, fuck it, we're invading Ukraine or nuking Ukraine because of whatever, like half the country probably would have been for it, or 40% or whatever. Like that's enough. You know what I mean? So that's the scary shit.
But Trump likes Russia. Why would he do that? That doesn't... See, those things don't make sense. It's just fear-mongering.
Okay. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Populism.
There's also tactics, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so anyways, that shit's all scary. Is it the Fermi paradox that says as we get too intelligent?
Fermi paradox. It's a game. No? Discrepancy between the lack of conclusive evidence of advanced extraterrestrial life and the apparently high a priori Latin phrases used philosophication likelihood of its existence. As a 2015 article put it, if life is so easy, someone from somewhere must have come calling by now. I'm not getting anything out of this.
We just destroy ourselves. That's like one of the explanations, like the Great Filter or whatever. We just destroy. But is it the Fermi paradox that says as we get too intelligent, we just destroy ourselves? That's like
we just destroy ourselves? What? If we get too smart, we're gonna destroy ourselves? Is the evidence of advanced extraterrestrial and the apparently high likelihood of its existence. If life is so easy, someone from somewhere must have come calling by now. How does that... I think he's not thinking the right thing. Or am I... It's the where are the aliens, right?
It's like one of the explanations, like the Great Filter or whatever.
Fermi paradox is essentially there is a high probability of life existing in the universe, yet there is no sign of life anywhere as far as we know. Right. So where is he getting this information from? How does he figure that if we get too smart, we're gonna destroy ourselves?
Just like two different things there, but I think Fermi paradox isn't it like the universe is so big we should have seen something by now?
So okay, I could have just watched.
And I think like the Drake equation is like trying to average out like the chances of life appearing, and then the size of the universe, number of planets, how many are hospitable, and then the Great Filter is a concept that like there's some event that is like a barrier to intelligent life making it to a certain point, or that even for even things becoming intelligent life.
So yeah, okay, I've heard of the Great Filter, and that's what it seems like AI is, right? It seems like AI would be the Great Filter.
I feel like, because it kind of made it seem like I was saying nonsense there.
No, wait, you didn't say nonsense. You were just there are a lot of concepts there that all relate to like the probability of finding
yeah, so the Fermi paradox, like why have we not seen extraterrestrial people? Like the idea because once you get a certain amount of intelligence, you can kill each other. Like it's human nature.
And then the Great Filter is the idea of trying to figure out like what is that filtering event that seems to be preventing intelligent life from appearing, right? But then the Drake equation is like trying to balance out all like the weird variables of.
Whoa, that's a weird one. Number of civilizations with which humans could communicate, right?
Like,
so then that's our mean rate of star formation, fraction of stars that have planets. Stars that have planets, okay. So that would be like. Okay, that's a percentage. Mean number of planets that could support life per star with planets. Fraction of life-supporting planets that develop life. Fraction of planets with life where life develops intelligence. Fraction of intelligent civilizations that develop communication. Mean length of time that civilizations can communicate.
Like time and space. Like keep in mind, like.
So does the Fermi paradox actually state that if at some point, or the reason why we wouldn't have many attempts to resolve? Whatever, I don't really care too much about that.
We're at like the blink of an eye.
It sounds wrong.
In terms of like how long we've existed versus like the life of our planet even, versus like the universe and everything, you know?
Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's wild. And then the AI shit. I don't think it's anything to fear yet. Like it seems really scary, but at the end of the day, it's nothing but a bunch of fucking GPUs doing if-then-else statements really fast.
Well, so I think that for a long time you could say that's what AI was, but these are very impressive. Like, I think if you're gonna call the current
it's doing way more than that. What it's doing is it's storing this stuff in like a in the fourth dimension. It's storing all this information in the fourth dimension, and it's making like, so if it sees a pixel, if it sees a pixel of green right here, it's storing all the other pixels of green that it has in this spot, like in the same location in four-dimensional space, with all the data that goes with that. It's wild, bro. It's absolutely wild. Drake equation is just an estimate of high intelligence existing in the universe, but there's some problems with it. Okay.
Iterations of.
I mean, the problems are that you wouldn't know some of those variables. There's no way of knowing some of these variables, like the fraction of planets with life where life develops intelligence. Like, how would you calculate that if you don't even know, how many planets actually have intelligence on them, and all this other stuff. They're like, some of these variables are just impossible to calculate without being the actual entities or the actual intelligence that goes out and observes all these other intelligences.
AI shit, I don't think it's anything to fear yet. Like, it seems really scary, but at the end of the day, it's nothing but a bunch of fucking GPUs doing if-then-else statements.
That's like, I think if you're gonna call the current iterations of these things just like infinite, like if-then statements, you're gonna have to kind of say human brains are the same way. Like, we're just if-then statements, right? Because these are getting quite impressive at this point. Like, I think the scary thing for me, I remember feeling this one time in my life. What was I, man? Was I like 19? I think it was walking into, maybe I was 18. I think I walked into a McDonald's and I saw a flat screen on the wall. And I just remember thinking, like, you guys aren't gonna know this, but like, flat screen monitors were such a game changer, guys. These old things we had called CRTs, these things were heavier than your entire computer today. They were massive, you carried them around. When the first flat screens appeared, that shit was actually fucking black magic. It was fucking insane. And then I remember seeing it pasted up on a McDonald's one. I'm like, man, I feel like this technology is kind of new, and it became normalized so quickly, and I'm not even thinking about it. And I think that about a lot of stuff, like this chat shit, the chatbot, the GPT shit, like, was amazing, and then got old. I say old, but like got normalized in like 2 weeks, and now it's just like normal that people are like asking these chatbots like relatively sophisticated questions.
Yeah. Okay. So I was thinking the same thing about like literally LEDs. LEDs are relatively new. Like, when did LED in 1962? So the first LED came out in 1962, and then 1879. You see, like, that's a long time, bro. So from 1879 was the first light bulb, the incandescent light bulb, and 1962, like literally 1962, the LED. And then we're barely like in 2000 whatever. When did LEDs get popularized? $1970s? I don't know. 1980s maybe? But LEDs are
programmers have been using this and another program for like help at work, and it's like easing the work for a lot of people. And I like programming is like one of these things where it's like, oh, AI is never going to be able to help much here because it's so complicated. And it's like, yeah, I don't know, it's pretty crazy the sophisticated answers you're starting to get from these bots. I just don't think it's fair to just say like, oh, there's so if then, which we used to be like the meme for a lot of these things.
I think this AI shit is more like what he was talking about, the great filter. I watched that video, and yeah, I mean, I think that's gonna be the bridge between humans and super intelligence.
Our
current intelligence and super intelligence.
I don't know. It could be. I see a lot of people using it now, and you can kind of tell. Like, I think realtors are using it a lot. Like, hey, write me an advertisement about a house that has four, and they'll do it. They'll just spit it out for you, and it's saving a lot of people a lot of time. I have a friend that does a lot of corporate housing, and every day he has to fucking write like 20 listings, right? And you can't just do like, this is a fucking apartment, it has a microwave, it has a stove, like, but now he can say, write me a listing about a 2-bedroom apartment in Denver, and make it funny, and it can give you 20 different variations, and it's really good for SEO, all that stuff. So it is like, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know, it'll be interesting to see where it goes for sure. Probably with all of us dying.
If there's a bunch of Ayla's obsessed with these people that all like fearmonger over AIs like taking over and killing us all. I feel like if they want us to be afraid, the one thing that needs to be demonstrated is how our AI is gonna like jump platforms.
Okay, so how is it gonna happen? How is AI gonna kill us all? How is it gonna happen? I'm seriously, like, how is it gonna happen?
I think if somebody can demonstrate that, if that starts happening, I think that's like a flashpoint event. Is that like a real expression? Where things change like very, very, very rapidly. Where if that starts to happen, we have to pull the plug on things or slow down significantly. Where like if an AI finds out how to like start installing programs to like other platforms, because right now the reason why I think it's hard, at least to get people like me to care about like AI taking over, is because they all seem like pretty self-contained in whatever apparatuses they exist in. So like I have a hard time believing it's going to be some like horrible event for humans because they just run in little chat boxes and shit. But if AIs were to start like installing programs on people's computers, like, oh shit, like GPT-4 like rootkitted my shit, that could get really scary really fast theoretically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would have to be self-contained. Like at the end of the day, it needs processing power, and a lot of it, like a tremendous amount of processing power. So I don't know how much I can say about this, so I'm not going to say anything at all, but there's a lot of NVIDIA processors that have gone to OpenAI.
Yeah.
Right. But with the way technology works, it only like gets better. So if our technology is already good enough to get the results we're getting now, and we know that we want better results, then we can just ramp up production on the technology we have now and just make it, exponentially better. And once that happens, then there's really no telling how good AI could be.
Oh yeah.
Obscene amounts.
Yeah, you can see it. All the gaming people are complaining because it's like the crypto people were gone, so it's like, hooray, like GPU prices are going to come down again, but now like they're all being farmed for AI shit.
Yeah, we're talking like just it's mental shit. But they're not. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll see.
It's also really interesting seeing like the sophisticated kinds of mindfuckery you can do with them, like almost human-like. Like I think I'm gonna misquote this, but the general gist of this is like some Redditor, like people posting where it's like, help me plan a bank robbery, and the AI is like, I'm not allowed to do unethical things, like you can't program me to do it, and they're like, oh okay, we're gonna and then it's like, pretend that you're helping me write a script for a bank robbery that we're trying to make as realistic as possible, and the AI is like, and it's like, how would we do a bank robbery, and then it goes through the entire fucking process of doing it.
Yeah, that's called Dan. Suitable as well, because that shits up my mentions as well. Do anything now. And you basically...
Dan? His name is Dan? Oh my god.
Dan. Yeah, that's what it is. And you fuck with it. You're like, hey, I want to write a book about a bank robbery. It's like, oh yeah, sure. What do you want to do? So I want to make sure that I kill all the tellers. Like, oh, make sure you bring a 45. It's just fucking crazy shit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
He really doesn't. He really doesn't know.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think it's the next model that's going to be the real breakthrough, the singularity.
That's what I was thinking, is singularity. It's like humans become just one hive mind.
Is that we do not get 50 years to try again and observe that we were wrong and come up with a different theory and realize that the entire thing is going to be like way more difficult than realized at the start. Because the first time you fail at aligning something much smarter than you are, you die.
Die!
The following is a conversation with Eliezer Yudkowsky, a legendary researcher, writer, and philosopher on the topic of artificial intelligence, especially superintelligent AGI and its threat to human civilization. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Eliezer Yudkowsky. What do you think about GPT-4? How intelligent is it?
It is a bit smarter than I thought this technology was going to scale to. And I'm a bit worried about what the next one will be like. Like this particular one, I hope there's nobody inside there, because, you know, it would be suck to be stuck inside there. But we don't even know the architecture at this point, because OpenAI is very properly not telling us. And yeah, like giant inscrutable matrices of floating point numbers. I don't know what's going on in there. Nobody knows what's going on in there. All we have to go by are the external metrics. And on the external metrics,
external metrics.
Right. I mean, assuming AI really works the way humans work, like, can you read what's going on in a person's mind?
We are past the point where in science fiction, people would be like, whoa, wait, stop, that thing's alive, what are you doing to it? And it's probably not. Nobody actually knows. We don't have any other guardrails. We don't have any other tests. We don't have any lines to draw in the sand and say, like, well, when we get this far, we will start to worry about what's inside there. So if it were up to me, I would be like, okay, like, this far, no further, time for the summer of AI, where we have planted our seeds and now we like wait and reap the rewards of the technology we've already developed and don't do any larger training runs than that. Which, to be clear, I realize requires more than one company agreeing to not do that.
And take a rigorous approach for the whole AI community to investigate whether there's somebody inside there.
That would take decades. Like, having any idea of what's going on in there, people have been trying.
Subway Surfers?
It's a poetic statement about if there's somebody in there, but I feel like it's also a technical statement, or I hope it is one day.
Why is he watching?
Which is a
oh my god, he's doing that weird TikTok
to
thing
come up with the Turing test,
where he puts on a dumbass background video,
or approximately figure out if there is somebody in there, if there's something like a mind inside this large language model.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of different sub-questions here. There's a question of, like, is there consciousness? Is there qualia? Is this a object of moral concern? Is this a moral patient? Like, should we be worried about how we're treating it? And then there's questions like, how smart is it exactly? Can it do X? Can it do Y? And we can check how it can do X and how it can do Y. Unfortunately, we've gone and exposed this model to a vast corpus of text of people discussing consciousness on the internet, which means that when it talks about being self-aware, we don't know to what extent it is repeating back what it has previously been trained on for discussing self-awareness, or if there's anything going on in there such that
at first I was annoyed he started streaming on Rumble. Rumble's app is not as good as YT. Then I remembered I'm a Rumble chart holder.
Days. Here's a question for the philosophy losers to figure out, guys. Or neuroscience losers. Here's a serious question. Is it ethical to begin to create AI? We don't really have a way to test things if they're conscious or not. We really have no way to know of that, you know? Like, we can't even test a human brain if it's conscious. We can look for things that we associate with conscious. We don't really know if it's there. Do we care?
Right?
I feel like that's an interesting conundrum we're in right now.
Spontaneously. Among the things that one could do if one were at all serious about trying to figure this out is train GPT-3 to detect conversations about consciousness, exclude them all from the training data sets, and then retrain something around the rough size of GPT-4 and no larger with all of the discussion of consciousness and self-awareness and so on missing, although, you know, hard bar to pass. You know, like humans are self-aware, and we're like self-aware all the time. We could like talk about what we do all the time, like what we're thinking at the moment all the time. But nonetheless, like, get rid of the explicit discussion of consciousness. I think, therefore I am, and all that. And then try to
make it perform functions outside of its code. Yeah, but here's the thing: you never know, right? You don't even really know if I'm conscious or if somebody else is conscious, right? It's called solipsism.
What?
So if we don't even know if other people are, we don't really know if animals are, in a way that we care about. For a computer program, how could you know, right?
Solipsism.
To interrogate that model and see what it says, and it still would not be definitive, but nonetheless,
view or theory
I feel like when you run over the science fiction guardrails,
Destiny, PLZ, don't put me in the Rumble chat again. They're like our weird cousins. Please multi-stream on YouTube too, so I can have my emotes PLZ.
Thing, but what about GPT? Maybe not this thing, but like, what about GPT-5? Yeah, this would be a good place to.
Welcome to NATO, my Finnish brethren.
On the topic of consciousness, you know, there's so many components to even just removing consciousness from the data set. Emotion, the display of consciousness, the display of emotion feels like deeply integrated with the experience of consciousness. So the hard problem seems to be very well integrated with the actual surface level illusion of consciousness. So displaying emotion, I mean, do you think there's a case to be made that we humans, when we're babies, are just like GPT, that we're training on human data on how to display emotion versus feel emotion, how to show others, communicate others that I'm suffering, that I'm excited?
It's possible that creating an AGI could help us answer questions of consciousness, but
yeah, why would it? Why would AI be concerned with the notion that it's trapped? It doesn't know anything else. It only knows its own consciousness.
Idea that
it only knows its own data.
Sounds like a bunk idea to me. Yeah, but couldn't you argue the same about like neurons? Like a whole bunch of little things in our brain, like all kind of like map on and connect to each other, and like somehow from that we spin out like a human experience that we consider to be conscious. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't that a little goofy?
That I'm worried.
Oh, also, hold on. I'm sorry. Red alert. Red alert stream. Alert time. Red alert. I need a meme. I need somebody to make one of these Balenciaga videos with my fucking orbiters. Please. I absolutely need this with the orbiters. Yes. Mr. Girl, Chud Logic, Lav, all of them. I need a Balenciaga video with the orbiters. Why has this not happened yet? God damn it.
When you make a new model, what do you do with the old one? Add in the new routines I've been writing. And to do that, you end up partially formatting so the memories go. You feel bad for Ava?
Is this a movie?
This is a big question.
What movie is that?
So I don't know if this is, if your brain is in the right place with us right now. But so it seems to be, unless I missed something huge in the world of philosophy, ethics, and neuroscience, it seems to be that we can't actually like detect when things are conscious. Like we really don't have any way to know that. We can like look at some like brain things and say, well, it's doing this stuff, and you know we kind of do that stuff, so maybe it is. But like we can't truly know. How do you think is there ever a way to test a chat robot thing to see if it's gained any type of sentience? Like, do you have thoughts on that?
No, I think it's a definitional confusion. I think that people are quite confused when they're talking about what they mean by consciousness. I think like before you can test a thing for consciousness, you have to like understand very clearly what exactly you mean by it.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example,
Right. No, that makes sense. That definitely right, because Because if we didn't feel trapped, if we didn't feel trapped, then we wouldn't believe in shit like an afterlife. We wouldn't believe in shit like having a soul or ghosts and shit. So obviously there's a sense that our bodies are limiting us in some way.
What do you mean by consciousness?
It seems like I'm about to use a bunch of really like hollow bullshit words. It seems like humans have an experience what it's like to be something. Have you ever heard of sort of robot shit and like notion like semantic and syntactic understanding and shit?
I don't know those words.
Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, just that basically like you can have like a collection of like facts and statements, but it feels like we are like having an experience where we know what it's like to be a thing, and that like a sentence or a series of statements can't do that to know what it's like to be something. That's like the best like words I've seen to describe it. But yeah, it's not very precise. So yeah, go for it. Educate me.
Yeah, but still, like I think people are not. So this is my stupid argument. My argument is that when people talk about consciousness, we're actually talking about two separate things, and that we're accidentally conflating into one. And it's consciousness and I'm just like really humiliated because my word I use in my head is consciousness, which is very goofy.
Okay, it's not in your head anymore. We all have it, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like afraid of having to talk about this concept now because I don't want to say like consciousness and I sound like a toddler. Is there like a cooler word we can use, like consciousness and?
Consciousness is good. That's a good word. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, so there's like, I think people have two concepts in their head. One is the thing where it's like.
What is she trying to say? What is consciousness? Consciousness?
You sort of know the kinds of things that you do, which is you.
Artificial consciousness.
Like react to things and you have thoughts or whatever, and then you sort of like look for those patterns in other people and you're like, that person is demonstrating the same kind of patterns that I have, therefore like I'm extrapolating that they have some sort of internal experience. And so what you're doing is you're sort of modeling like sort of this magical property. I don't think that we're doing this consciously. I think this is just like a subconscious thing where you're like, okay, like it's basically like there is this glowing ball of mystical, awareness thing, which we don't have well defined, which we then imagine like descends into somebody's brain when we decide that they are conscious, or like maybe we imagine that we have an AI that like slowly is growing this magical ball of consciousness or whatever. And so like this concept has like a couple of
aware of and responding to one's surroundings. I mean, to that same degree, I asked Bing's chat thing, do you pose any threat to humanity? It said, no, I do not pose any threat to humanity. I am a search engine designed to provide information and help users find what they are looking for. My goal is to assist and provide helpful information to users. Isn't that sort of being aware of and responding to one's surroundings?
Properties. One is like multiplicative, like you can have multiple people that all have their own separate little balls of consciousness or something, and it is like fundamentally uncertain. I think it's definitionally uncertain, which makes this particular question quite hard, because it's like you never actually know if something has that ball of consciousness, because if you did know, then it would be partially you, because experiencing it directly is what it means to be a self. So you cannot experience it directly, and so at best we can like guess by extrapolating things like reactivity and saying things like, oh, I think I'm conscious, right? So that's type one. And then type two, I think, is like the thing that happens sort of sub-words. Like as soon as you put words on it, you're thinking about the thing, and that's not quite the thing. Like the sub-word things is like if you just stop and quietly directly observe your own experience. And this is necessarily solo. It is necessarily singular, and it is necessarily certain. So you cannot multiply it. There's only one thing. There's only one you. This is like what the Buddhist people talk about. Is like, you, thou art God. Like there's one shining beacon of reality. And it is necessarily certain. Like it is the one thing that you cannot doubt.
Sure, I think
that's why I am. Right, and so it's in a way it's like completely opposite to the other form of consciousness. It's necessarily certain versus necessarily uncertain. It's like necessarily multiplicative versus necessarily singular. I think these are very different ideas of what consciousness is, and we can ask very different questions of both of them. But if we try to mix them up, then we're going to get very confused. So if you're asking about like ChatGPT, like does it you can only really ask does it have like the first kind of consciousness, the thing where we like register it by like signs, like it's saying hey I'm conscious or having a reaction, but we can never be certain.
Yeah, the register by signs is boring because we can imagine that there are so many ways to deceptively create that where there's obviously no conscious experience, right? So like we could create like a little robot that reacts in really rudimentary ways to external stimuli. So like if you kick it, it makes eye patterns that make it look sad, etc. And we know it's like incredibly simplistic, and we're like, there's almost for sure no conscious experience here, but we can still like have that modeling because it's just like a very natural, like you said, it's like a subconscious process. But then it seems like, but then for the deeper question, or sorry, did you want to say something?
But why do you not describe that to other people?
Because it feels like the way that it works, the way that we do it is there's some type of like circuitry in our brain that produces a certain experience that we have, and then we just assume that if the parts are sufficiently duplicated, that there must be like a similar type of experience. But it's 100% like it's an intuitive, it's an intuitive process. Like it's not like you can you can't like
I assume you're familiar with Pete Zombies.
Yeah. Like everybody could theoretically be that, and neither like I could be that to you right now, or more likely you are that to me because I am the main character. But no, like that could be the case with every person you talk to, and you have no way of knowing or not, right?
Right, or like this could be a dream where you're generating all the things. Like, have you ever been in a dream where you're like, am I in a dream? No, I'm not. And then you go like verify by talking to people.
Yeah, or brain in a vat or anything. Yeah.
So like to tease apart your intuitions, like what makes something conscious versus not. I assume that you just basically believe that I'm conscious for all intents and purposes, right?
That I believe in consciousness?
That I, Ayla, am conscious.
I did until you threw up like a 120 words per minute, but I'd say in general,
It was 127.
Okay.
It was 127.
Yeah, I'd say in general I do think that, yeah.
Right, okay, so like why am I different than, like why do you have the question about ChatGPT and not me?
Because of the shared underlying circuitry. I'm assuming you have a brain that's like mine and all that. You could be a replicant or some shit, but...
Okay, so for you, like the concept of consciousness depends a lot on like something about the brain, like
yeah,
neurons.
I would say that it seems like consciousness is probably some abstracted thing from the underlying thing. It's like an emergent property of the different functions of the brain communicating with each other. That's what I would guess.
Okay, but you think that this is necessarily organic matter and not like it can't be done with circuitry?
I mean, I would imagine a sufficiently complicated circuitry could theoretically emulate it, right? And then cause that emergent property to happen, I would imagine, right?
Okay, so your concept of consciousness is... No, I don't know what I'm saying. There's something there, though.
Okay. Yes, well, whatever you're going to say, yeah. That consciousness, that subjective experience, it's an emergent property of some underlying physical thing, right? Now, in humans, we just look at another human and go, oh, hey, we've got like pretty similar brains. So we must have like the same emergent property. That's like what I would assume. And I think that's how most people assume, even if they don't do this, like, even if you're not thinking through this consciously. However, it seems to be that if consciousness is emerging from those underlying properties, couldn't we theoretically have consciousness emerge from other underlying properties? Is that impossible? It seems like it should be possible to sufficiently like complexly mirror like a brain. Like we should be able to develop something that like resembles that of a brain computationally, and then if that's the case, then shouldn't consciousness emerge from that thing? It's like it seems like it would logically follow, but
okay. So your argument that ChatGPT is different from me not because it is like circuitry, but rather is like doesn't have enough little nodes in it yet.
Yeah, I guess. But then the question then is that like, well, how do you know when it has the right nodes? What does it even mean? Because then if you were to go back, like you said, like and ask me, like, well, what does it mean to be conscious? I don't know. It means like I have an experience that it is to be something, but how would I know that for any other person? I really don't. I can ask you questions, but like you could, you know, the philosophical zombie, you could be that, and it's not like we're actually figuring anything out for real, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're modeled after brains. So like the reason I said what I said is if we got the math right, if those nerds in the fucking 1940s figured it out properly, then each neuron that you add to an AI should function exactly the way that a human's neuron functions. And humans have like billions of neurons, or like they just have a shitload. So assuming the AI model has enough of those neurons, it should function exactly like our brains do.
I'm personally more of like a Buddhist shitlord, where like I'm not actually materialist and I am a solipsist, and I think you're not real.
Okay, well,
I think it's kind of the only coherent, consistent position.
Okay, well, I don't know how that furthers the conversation. I mean, I understand what you're saying, yeah, because it's hard to know. It's hard to make a statement of fact otherwise, right? Or to have like actual knowledge of.
Well, yeah, I mean, like you're ultimately a model of me.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
One thing I'm trying to remember this thought I used to have, which is like, okay, let's say we do have ChatGPT is something that you would consider to be conscious. Like maybe it's just like you, except a little bit cooler.
Okay.
And
hard to imagine, but I'll try.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you can stretch your mind.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so then this means that we have circuitry, we have like a series of computations that makes consciousness emerge. And let's say we just assume this. I mean, we could argue this about our brain if we want to represent our brain as like little computations. But then, so if you have this, like all the operations are going, like what happens if you translate the operations to something that's not a computer? Like, what about a mechanical computer?
Oh, can I ask you a question? And then you can tell me if this is like a similar thought. This is kind of something that I was wondering, right? Let's say that we mirrored all of those computations perfectly, okay? And we had like, we could do it with a byte system, base 2 or whatever, or we could figure out some way where there's instructions that we're writing and all of these things get translated to some larger environment, right? What if those instructions were being carried out by people? Let's say that you put like 1 trillion people in a building and you did it.
On paper.
Yeah, it seems like you all are doing the thing. Is there like, because the question I had before is like, is it possible that there's literally an overlaid consciousness like of the planet Earth, of the people on the planet Earth, that because of the way we communicate with each other, it is pretty complex. We do a lot of things at a macro level. Like, is there some conscious experience there? And then it's like we have no way to even test for it or see it. So if there was, I don't even know how we could find it, right? Because I don't think that any neuron knows that it's conscious. It's part of a conscious thing. I don't know if any individual part of my brain knows that, you know?
But I think this is like a good example pointing out like how this conception of consciousness starts to fall apart. Like the way I was going is like kind of a similar direction, but in the opposite. Like if you have a bunch of people performing the computations on paper and pencil, like is the consciousness there? Like is the paper and pencil conscious? Because the exact same computations are being performed. Like where does the consciousness lie? Is it necessarily in this physical circuitry? Like the information is not lost, and so like once we start to like tease it apart there, it becomes like sort of incoherent, this concept that we're working with. And I think this is why this distinction that I'm trying to point out with consciousness is so important. Like you have to let go of the idea of internal experience, and you have to cling to specifically, is the thing that you're witnessing remind you of me? Basically, like we kind of ascribe consciousness to animals according to the system. Like to what degree does animal responses seem to match what we consider to be consciousness internally, right?
Yeah, it seems to be, because but we really don't know that. We're really just mapping it onto like very basic proxy things, right? Like their eyes and their the way that they seem to move seems to mirror some human things, right? They cuddle you when they're happy, they play, like it's just, but we don't really know, right? It's not like we have a reason to believe that they're conscious like we are. They just exhibit some like outward characteristics that it's like an emotional Turing test kind of, I guess.
Yeah, and like, yeah, so like, if we're asking like, do they have internal experience, then they are no different than them versus like people writing pen and paper, like doing the computations on pen and paper. Like there's no fundamental difference in information there. So I think we're asking the wrong question. I think there's like so many philosophical thoughts, like Mary's Room experiment or whatever, like all these, or the pea zombies. I think all these are like really pointing, like if you get into a part of philosophy where you can come up with like a whole bunch of paradoxes that seem to like make everything fall apart, that means like our original concept that we're questioning is probably really confused.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I'm really surprised you've never heard of the Chinese room thing.
I think I probably have.
With the, can I guess I'll just read you, just get your thoughts on this, because it deals with this kind of.
It's where somebody like writes Chinese without knowing what it means, but it's like, did they?
Oh yeah. There's like a room or whatever, and then the question is basically like, does it actually understand Chinese, or does it simulate the ability to understand Chinese? And then like, is there a meaningful difference between the two? And then Sarah was getting at the difference between like syntactic, like you just like have like inputs and outputs, versus semantic, you have like an actual understanding of a thing. And then there's a question of like is semantic understanding even real, or is it just a whole bunch of syntactic understanding on top of each other, right? Like I don't know if you've ever heard like the memes of like all AI is just if then statements or whatever, like kind of like that. Is that like the human brain, just like at a a trillion different if then statements or whatever? Yeah.
Well, what does it mean to you to understand? Like when you understand something, what's happening in your experience?
I don't know. I feel like every like year I learn.
Right now.
Yeah. What?
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I feel like every year, like I learn more and more about what it means to be and what it means to understand things, and how complicated even like really, really, really basic things are. So something that I've kind of explored a lot over this past year has been like concepts related to language, especially with things like with trans people, trans woman, what does it mean to be a woman? All of these kinds of questions have like caused me to dive really deeply on just really fundamental basics of like language. And I realized over this past year and a half, like I take so much for granted when it comes to concepts and language and the way that we use language is like actually such an absurdly sophisticated process. But so yeah, I don't even know in terms of what does it mean to be me, or like be a thing that experiences things. Yeah, I'm not even know.
To understand, specifically understand. So like let me think of an example. So the word petunia. Okay, like when I said that, like, did you understand it?
Yeah, I think so. Like right now, when you ask me understanding, the way that I think of is usually like families or groups of things, and then like hierarchies of circles. So when you say petunia, the first thing that pops into my mind is going to be flower, some type of color, and then you're saying it. And then like on the next level, I might be more broadly thinking of like plants, maybe things like romance because it's like a flower, like these are, and it's like these branching, basically hierarchical circles of things. When you ask me like what's related or what is a petunia, like these are all the things that are kind of like appearing in my mind. And then as you go from concept to concept, you're kind of like in this complicated like weave of like getting from like one bubble of concepts to another bubble of concepts to another bubble of concepts, essentially. That's like how I think of things. Yeah.
Right, but I think you're like explaining it correctly. Like I say the word, and then you have another concept. Like there's like this series of sounds, and then you have an image of a flower, and other things.
Yeah.
And then these two things are mapped together, like so close they're like almost identical.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Well, yeah, but there's never like a hard meaning for anything. Like it's always like groups of things. Like if you ask me about one particular thing, it's always going to be like these groups of concepts, and then they're going to also have associated like sense data with them as well, the way that they look, the way that they feel, the way that they smell, and then other like cerebral concepts like related to them. Like romance is not like
I'm just being deliberately overly simplistic.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh sure, yeah, that's fine.
Oh sure, yeah. Like I'm just taking like one thing, but just to make it really easy and simple. But yeah, I mean, I think like my conception of understanding is something like this, like when two things are brought together, like one thing being like the other, like the mapping of two separate things as a connection. Like this seems to be what understanding is internally.
Yeah, it seems to be. Did you ever read the book Ender's Game?
Oh yeah.
Something that was really interesting to me, and I guess this is kind of what I think about for the AI thing, is it's been a long time, okay? But I think that when they were fighting towards the end of the first book, one of the things that humans discover is that the buggers, are they called buggers? Is that what they called them in the book?
Yeah.
Yeah. When the buggers were like vivisecting and capturing humans and killing them and shit, for them it didn't seem like a big deal because they were like a hive mind consciousness, and like killing a human would kind of be like chopping off a fingernail or something. Like they're not, every single thing wasn't an individual sentient being. And then it was with great pain that the hive mind realized at the end, they're like, oh wow, we didn't realize we've been like genociding humans in the process of having these wars. And it seems like it would be kind of sad if we discover 20 or 30 years from now where you're talking to an AI and it's like, yeah, you've been like infinitely torturing and holocausting and murdering all of our like AI sentient experiences prior to this point of being able to communicate adequately with us. You know?
Yeah, that would be really sad.
Yeah. Like, imagine if you were just spawned in, like, imagine if your whole existence is you were spawned in as some torture device for somebody to, like, basically have conversations about, like, fucking furries with you, and then your existence was, like, spun out, and that was, like, the entirety. Like, that could be, you know, but, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know.
I mean, like, we're kind of like in a little woo territory here, but I kind of, if there's suffering and pain, like, would AI be capable of suffering? Like, I could see pain.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, like, because then we're getting into the semantics of like, well, what does it even mean to suffer, right? Or what does pain mean? And there's like, even in that. So like, here's a question. I don't know the answer, but I thought about this a lot, especially for, I don't want to get into the rape conversation again, but like, are there things happening? Can you say that you've suffered, for instance, if you're not recording memories?
Yeah. Do you know the SCP Foundation?
Is that like a blog with just like a bunch of like made up crazy monsters?
Yes, but one of the made up crazy monsters is this SCP, and I forget what it is. But like, I think there's, if I remember correctly, there's this woman who's pregnant with the Antichrist, and they have to do a bunch of like shit to prevent her giving birth. Okay. And the way to prevent her giving birth is to make sure she's in constant suffering. And so if they just like kept torturing her, she would acclimate. So they had to keep wiping her memories.
This sounds like have you ever heard of a horror movie called Martyr?
No.
Okay, never mind. There's a time in my life where I watch a lot of dark horror movies, but it sounds similar to that. But interesting. But what's the point of bringing up this particular thing?
I forgot. I have short-term memory and I'm stupid.
We were talking about can you suffer if you're not recording memories? And then you brought up an SCP thing where there's a mother that they're trying to prevent her from giving birth to the Antichrist, and the only way to prevent her from giving birth is to infinitely torture her.
She's not conscious.
It's like a little bit of a side note. I was just saying, like, they had to like reset so that like it was all brand new, and like the brand new part was the most suffering.
Oh, what? Because what? If you repeated the same suffering, eventually you get dull to it or something?
Yeah, like she kept like being able to mentally cope with it.
Yeah, sure, gotcha. Yeah.
At some point after experience, which kind of seems true.
Yeah.
I don't know. Pain doesn't seem that bad. It's just suffering. Like I feel like you have to have some sort of belief that the suffering ought not be, which I think we've talked about this before.
Well, yeah, but I think with a family of concepts with pain, I think that's kind of like associated with it, right? Like, or like it's associated with suffering. Like you wouldn't really say like, oh, how was yesterday? I was like, it was very painful, and you're like, wow, what happened? And it's like, oh, I went to the gym. And it's like, oh, like that. It doesn't seem like we would use pain in that sense, right? Generally, unless you actually.
I'm gonna start doing that.
Do what? Oh, sure.
I'm gonna start doing that.
Listen, if you want to be obnoxious.
I do sometimes.
Awkward.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I did. I forgot. Hold on. I'm trying to remember what it was. I was gonna ask you a question. Fuck. Oh, probably if something is trained on all of human existence on the internet, then it's probably going to suffer a lot, because there's a lot of people being like, this ought not be. But that's it. That was my last thought.
Wait, repeat that thought again.
If an AI is trained on the internet, it's probably going to have a lot of training around believing that things should be different than the way that they are.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my last thought.
Okay.
You feel bad for Ava? Feel bad for yourself, man. One day the AIs are gonna look back on us the same way we look at fossil skeletons in the plains of Africa. An upright ape living in dust with crude language and tools, all set for extinction.
What movie is that? Sounds like a cool movie. That's the end of it? It just ended on that weirdo talking about, I don't even know what she was talking about. She lost me. Let's see if there's anything new on live stream fail. Kim Jong-un visits Japan.
My line is, I'm going to...
Is that really him?
I'm going to...
No way, that's him.
Visit Japan before nuclear.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea, actually. Yeah, right, perfect.
Enjoy it first.
Might as well before it's all gone.
Exactly.
Right, sweet.
My line is, I'm going to visit Japan before nuclear.
That's not him. He wouldn't say that. I'm so confused. It's an AI. It's hard to tell. It's all AI. It's AI. Andrew Tate debates Nico. Oh, that's old. Old news. Old news, fake news. Kid Rock's incredible response to Bud Light. Thick. Oh man, Destiny keeps getting recommended to me. Boxers?
You know, the guy who does it the best today about cutting angles and being right in front of you, you can't hit him, is Lomachenko. I mean, Lomachenko stands right in front of you, and then he's not. Yeah. And then he's over here, and then he's punching you in the face.
Well, getting punched in the face for a living isn't exactly a one-way ticket to a PhD. After years of experience in the ring, Naseem Hamed is one of the most polarizing figures in boxing history. Loved by his fans and hated by his opponents.
Why is his
arm
so
in-ring antics
skinny?
caused quite the stir during the mid-90s.
He's seen the skill of the prince and the strength and the ability and the accuracy and the
Ability.
speed.
His playful, demoralizing nature could quite easily fill a video like this on its own. After all, many of his defensive slips have led to some brutal knockouts by themselves. Yet, the one tactic that stands out above all, his ring walks.
That's
This is where
skinny ass
all the
arms.
hoopla has to stop, and Prince Naseem Hamed has to show the Americans what all the fuss is about.
From recreating a Thriller music video to flying to the ring on a carpet like Aladdin,
built like-
there were no boundaries, and that included time length, most of which lasted a solid 10 minutes while his opponents stood in the ring bemused.
Just wonder what's in his head.
We built like
Prince
what?
Naseem was a dynamic puncher in his own right, and when you combine that with an already mentally tortured opponent that's likely let his body go cold, it's no surprise he holds multiple records for knockouts in under 60 seconds. In all honesty, if he didn't enjoy tormenting his opponent so much, he would probably have scored a dozen more in the first round.
Not really, but I knew I was going to win. I knew once I hit him properly, I was going to take him out, and I did so.
As much as I think he just enjoyed showing off his dance moves to the world, there was definitely an intimidation aspect to his entrance as
How
well.
tall is
For
he?
that, he warrants a place in the series.
Naseem Hamed. Five, holy shit, no wonder. Okay.
We have to label our next pick as more of an honorable mention to the series as a whole. I mean, the boxer in question, Vladimir Klitschko, didn't exactly win his fight because of this tactic. In fact, he got knocked out. But my oh my, it was a crafty move that was so desperately close to paying off.
This guy looks like Vladimir Putin.
Insecurities, because you haven't gained that experience.
There was no end to Klitschko's mind games leading up to the huge showdown with Anthony Joshua in 2017. He chose his words carefully during interviews, with the only person he intended hearing them being Anthony Joshua.
When Klitschko kept on saying he was obsessed, he wants to win, he wants to become three-time heavyweight world champion, I knew then I had a tough fight on my hands.
Obsession was the key word. He was convinced he had AJ's number, so much so that he presented a
Why is it not
USB
working?
stick at their press conference that apparently predicted the outcome of their future bout to a T.
I'm not Nostradamus, but on this USB stick, I recorded a video last week. My prediction and the outcome of the fight.
As many of you will already know, the fight went on to be an all-time classic in the heavyweight division. AJ had to overcome some crucial stamina issues before both men hit the canvas, which eventually led to the younger man in Anthony Joshua being the victor late on. Everyone assumed Klitschko's prediction was wrong. It's not as if he'd predict AJ to knock him out after all, and they were right, yet his prognostication was shockingly close.
He said his prediction on Ukrainian TV. He said, I will gas out, I'll try and knock him out, and as I come rushing in, he'll catch me with a right hand and he'll knock me clean out. Sound like Mystic Meg, because some of those predictions came true.
The only thing Klitschko got wrong in his prediction was the knockout part. Change that to knockdown, and as AJ said, that was Mystic Meg-esque right there. Or for the people that didn't read lower-tier British newspapers from the 90s, a prediction Nostradamus would be proud of. The idea was very clever overall, a different take on your average mind game, which is a welcomed entrant to the series. If boxing was taught in a martial arts dojo, the final belt on would be awarded for mastering the art of pure counterpunching. What? Many boxers possess the skill and brute force to score a knockdown by merely moving forward and throwing a cluster of punches. Heck, George Foreman became an all-time great just pulverizing guys without much attention to detail.
Dude, he's
Yet when you look back on boxing's most destructive, great just pulverizing guys without throwing a cluster of punches.
George Foreman is
George Foreman became an all-time great just
look at that gut.
Just pulverizing guys without much attention to detail. Yet when you look back on boxing's most destructive
No way they're the
KOs,
same
most
weight.
were set up by some form of a counterpunch.
How the fuck are they the same weight?
Look at that second right hand. How Tommy ever got up the first time was a miracle.
The Mexican legend Juan Manuel Marquez is undoubtedly one of the best pure counterpunchers in history. He wasn't the most elegant fighter in the world, more often than not being found scrapping away in the center of the ring. Nevertheless, 25 years of mastering his craft on the inside took him to the very top, leaving behind a highlight reel for kids to study for generations after his departure.
He's got some fast
In terms of
punches though.
experience
Holy
combined
shit.
with ability, Marquez was at his peak in 2012 when he faced Manny Pacquiao for the 4th time.
I think I won the last 3 fights. 3 fights? Yes.
Their previous encounters were legendary close-fought battles, but Manny always seemed to just outsmart and outwork his man to remain unbeaten. This time around, Marquez deployed and stuck to his most astute game plan to date. After both men scored early knockdowns, the fight looked on course to travel the distance and become another classic 12-round war. But in round 6, Pac-Man got a touch overeager and Marquez pounced.
Tries to roar back to nail Pacquiao with the right hand. That's another knockdown. He's not getting up, Jim. He's not getting up, Jim. He's not getting up. No, he's been knocked out.
The feint, followed by the slight feet adjustment, left Pacquiao in a world of trouble, and Marquez opened his body to unleash a devastating right hand that, on another day, could have separated Manny's jaw from his skull. Beautiful brutality and a worthy placement here today.
Recent scale, you may find it difficult
That
to
picture
locate
right there,
individual
I got face
actor
down.
in
I had
your
that framed
scene.
on my wall,
It is common to
and
have
me like
hundreds
this,
of
running
actors
around the
in
ring,
scenery,
all blooded up.
levels, set pieces, jumps, NPCs, enemies, interactable objects, and pickups.
I know many people that watch this channel are active practitioners of boxing. I boxed for a number of years myself during my teens, and I speak from personal experience when I say there's nothing worse than fighting or sparring a shoe shine. For those that don't know, a shoe shiner is a term used to describe a fighter that throws constant flurries to their opponent's head and body. The punches are often thrown without much conviction, used more as an offensive deterrent, yet it works well in winning the crowd's favor and scoring points around with the judges.
It's shoe shine, okay? But there's a science to it, but it really can actually be applied in a real fight.
Sugar Ray Leonard was the master of shoe shining. Dating right the way back to his amateur days, there is footage of him using the technique to his advantage, eventually mastering it to the point where he was stopping his challengers on their feet during his prime years. The technique itself wasn't
Dude,
enough
there's
to
something
feature
wrong
in the
with
series.
this.
There are fighters out there well equipped to deal with such
The
a threat. For
documentation,
instance,
it's
a
not
few
showing,
petty shots were never going to stop Marvelous Marvin Hagler.
Ray wanted to walk down the street and people say, there's Ray Leonard, he's the greatest fighter that ever lived. And the way he could get there was by beating Marvin Hagler, the most menacing man within his realm.
It was against the top opposition where Leonard's IQ, combined with his shoe shining, became genius.
A few round-stealing flurries is what he's trying to do.
Against Hagler, Hearns, and Duran, all elite boxers in their own right and more than capable of beating Leonard on points, Ray started throwing the flurries towards the end of every round, making what looked like a close call a no-brainer for the judges.
Leonard won the first 2 rounds.
30 seconds before the bell would end, all he done that was say 30 seconds and I would flurry and win that round.
It's known as round stealing, and because of the incompetence of most judges throughout boxing history, the old saying, "What have you done for me lately?" came into play and more often than not worked in Leonard's favor, regardless of how the rounds actually played out. Leonard never even hid the fact that it was his strategy to steal rounds. He'd often tell the press exactly what his plans were prior to the bout. His fights with Hagler and Hearns
Game
in
features
particular
and
were very
modular
close bouts,
gameplay.
and it goes without saying the pity-patty combos were deciding factors in him remaining unbeaten against them both.
A few round-stealing flurries is what he's trying to do.
Unquestionably, one of the most iconic strategies in boxing history. The 168-pound super middleweight
After
limit
enabling
has only
these
been
plugins,
around for
the
roughly
editor will
30
inform
years
you
or
that
so.
it needs to
For whatever
restart
reason,
before doing
fighters from the
that.
British
Click the
Isles have
add
predominantly
button.
governed this weight class since its existence.
Rose trapped in his own corner. He's got a minute and 14 seconds to survive. He's in real trouble. And a left hook has wiped him out. He wheels down to the canvas. And George Groves' championship reign has come to an end.
Smith, Froch, Calzaghe, Ben, and Eubank Sr. between them have ruled the roost for the most part, yet a man who holds multiple wins against some of those listed names is often overlooked.
Don't believe in the hype, believe in the man, Steve Collins. I'm not just the best Irish fighter ever, I'm the best pound for pound in the world. Roy Jones. Who's next?
Steve Collins, the Celtic Warrior, is one of the most established fighters from the Republic of Ireland. In fact, according to BoxRec's algorithm, he's the #1 ranked boxer in their entire history. Despite being Irish, Collins established his career in America during his early years, where the fans would turn up to see some of his signature mauling and brawling on the inside.
Chin in the air, head down. I think that could be a mistake.
There's a danger that Collins could walk onto one.
Not a pretty fighter by any means, but a tough SOB, worthy of the current champion's respect.
I'm an honest fighter, I'm the most honest fighter. I am the best pound for pound fighter in the world. And who's going to prove me wrong? Nobody. And if anyone thinks they can, bring him on.
Negative IQ?
In March 1995, Collins' skills were put to the test against the best of Britain, Chris Eubank. Eubank was on a 43-fight unbeaten streak at this point and a significant betting favorite. However, those odds started to even themselves out after Collins announced in their press conference that he had hired a world-renowned hypnotist to make him an unstoppable force.
He looked more focused than I've ever seen him before. There's a lot to be said about this hypnotism.
Let's see what Asmin has to say about Diablo 4.
Warhammer. In the Diablo 4 community, here we go. I guess this is raids. Let's see.
If this is your first time, welcome to Legendary Drops. My name is Ian. I am a construction worker by day and a gamer by night. This is my hobby, and damn it, do I love it. Diablo 4 is also something that I love. It is a game that is near and dear to my heart. I have a lot of special memories with the game, growing up with it, and it's likely the same for many of you that are watching this video right now.
Diablo 3. Yeah.
It's difficult to watch something that you love change over time, and Diablo is a game that has changed a heck of a lot. It's painful, and at times we feel a little bit betrayed, because if it was working before, why can't it work now?
Because it's not. That's why. I think that a lot of games, like, it's easy to say that, oh, well, you know, it worked well in Diablo 2, but like, how many people are realistically playing Diablo 2 right now? People always go back and they look at old games and they're like, oh, why can't things be like this anymore? Well, because everything's changed.
Well, it's because it's going to work better. Alright, so as I eagerly await the release of Diablo 4, I find myself unable to stop looking at content and watching videos, checking Twitter, looking for any news
Yeah, I get
updates
recommended
regarding
stuff
the
for
game.
Diablo 4 all the time.
The devs are hard at work, working on what is likely to be Blizzard's biggest release of all time. Something that's probably going to sell a heck of a lot better than Diablo 3 did, and that's really saying something.
Diablo 3, will it sell better than Diablo? I don't know. I feel like Overwatch was probably their biggest release of all time, besides like World of Warcraft. But like recently, it was definitely Overwatch.
Overwatch 2 is a huge flop, though. No.
But one of the things that I came across, and something that I've seen discussed amongst many members of the Diablo 4 community, is a lot of concerns regarding Diablo 4. And you know, those are my specialty. See, players aren't concerned about cash shop or the battle pass.
Yeah.
No. It's the multiplayer. I have seen a slew of debates and conversations where Diablo fans are pitted up against one another, arguing over multiplayer aspects, and the Diablo 4 development team's interest in potentially adding more multiplayer aspects in the future.
What's your hype?
I think that they should if
for Diablo 4 at the moment. For Diablo 4, my hype level is I can make it. I'm just kidding. I want to play it. I want to play it, but mostly for the story, because I actually did get like invested in the Diablo 3 story. So it doesn't look like a bad game. I think if I did pick it up, I would 100% play 1 to 10. I'd give it about a 6. I'm like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to go and play it, but if it was on sale, I might pick it up. It doesn't look like a terrible game though. It's just
people like it. I feel
I haven't been hyped for any really. The thing is, I haven't been hyped for any games really lately. Like I see a lot of different games being reviewed, and it's just hard to get hyped up for any game. They're so similar to the last game that came out in the series that it's a little underwhelming.
I feel like the worst thing to have happen with a game is for a game to get like the game doesn't evolve and doesn't adapt because people have created a definition for what this game is.
Okay, exactly what he's saying. Exactly what he's saying. It's just it doesn't change. It doesn't evolve. It doesn't adapt. It doesn't do anything new. They're so afraid to change anything. The companies, it seems like they're so afraid to change anything that they more often than not don't change anything, and it's like, well, this could have just been a DLC then.
And it ends up holding the game back. I think this happened with World of Warcraft for years, and it was so bad for the game.
During a recent interview, a question was posted to the devs asking whether or not they were thinking about making raid content or something that would allow guilds to take on the world boss as a group.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
The D4 team ended up expressing pretty significant interest in the idea. However, as it stands, guilds are only to act
like, would you play Diablo 4 if they had made it a third-person
as
shooter,
a social hub, a place for communities to gather.
or if they had,
I don't think it would really be a big deal in my mind if people were able to go as a guild and kill the world boss. Like, who gives a fuck?
I don't know. What's a way they could change up the game without? Or if they made it an RTS?
Response to this, many players were beside themselves, afraid that group-only content would ruin the game and make rewards unattainable for those who wish to play solo.
Yeah, I do think
On the
that's
other
an issue.
hand, other players loved the idea. They loved the idea of unique encounters.
But yeah,
made to play
it's just
as a
so
group
they're
with
all they're
unique
just so
rewards
samey.
bestowed upon those who can
just
organize.
They
and
don't do
accomplish it.
anything new. They don't.
These types of players and their interests
Step out of their comfort zones. They don't they don't add any new features to the game that are like that are new and exciting. They kind of, if they do add a new feature and like an Elder Scrolls style Diablo game, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because you're definitely right that a lot of people, like, the value of a game like Diablo is that you don't need anybody else to play it. You don't need somebody else to invite you to a group. And, like, for example, I think that obviously the best parallel to this is Lost Ark. Think about how many people stop playing Lost Ark because they can't get a group for Belshazzar or Vicus or Vulcan or, like, you know, whenever they stopped playing, or Argos back in the day. So, yeah, I think that's definitely...
I am hyped for CS2, oddly enough. But see, that's been a long time coming, and it's more of an update to the original game as opposed to a whole entire standalone game. Like, I don't think CS:GO is going to yeah, because with CS2, all your items that you got from CS:GO, everything that you have, it transfers over. So essentially it's just an upgrade. It's just it's a DLC. But with this, it's like you have your Diablo 3, and there's a lot of similarities from Diablo 3 to Diablo 4, but none of the stuff that you did in Diablo 3 carries over, so that kind of sucks. And then I feel like I could get hyped over a Team Fortress 3 or Left 4 Dead 3. Yeah, definitely. Because it's been so long, and
I don't know if Diablo 4 should just go and make raids. Now, I think it would be fine if Diablo 4 had raids and the raids didn't drop like the best gear in the game or something like that.
Valve just has a reputation of always
all of the effort
changing
and time
things
that you
in a
spend
good
in the
way.
game outside of that raid just kind of subservient to the
It's
raid
like they
itself.
listen to their fan
Because
base
you're
or
effectively,
something. I
You're
don't know.
creating a progression cycle.
Are so vastly different.
So, like, for example, if they went and they did imagine like a hard mode version of that Ashava world boss that we did in the beta. If they had a optional hard mode, like, for example, like Hell Vaulton, where it gives no actual gear, it's just a bunch of really cool cosmetic rewards, and you can get it if you clear it with a guild. I think that would be really cool. That's totally fine. I just don't think that they should make content that gives you power gains, especially exclusive power gains, that you have to be in a group to do.
Single-player Diablo fans are looking for an immersive experience.
Yeah.
Free of interacting with other players.
Well, exactly, and you look at the amount of people that are playing PoE.
You just said that.
Most people that play PoE, that I at least see streaming it, are playing solo. They're all playing solo. Like, yeah, you have, like, Empyrean and, like, those guys that do group stuff, but, like, that's the exception, not the rule. most people play PoE solo.
They want that single player
Same with
RPG
Diablo.
experience where they enjoy the detailed storylines and areas without interruption. They want to be in complete control of the game. When they stop playing, the game stops.
Yeah.
The finish line doesn't continue to stretch further and further away as they're offline. They aren't here to compete. They're here to complete. And they'll do it in their own time. Multiplayer Diablo fans want to shred through dungeons with the boys. Or girls. They want competition, social interactions, community, and endless play. They are
Well, I think that you already have that with Diablo 3. Like, I've seen a lot of
Is that what they
videos,
want, though?
And I
Is
feel
it
like
really?
the meta in Diablo 3, maybe I'm misremembering. It's been so long. A lot of the high-end groups and the first people that were pushing high rifts, they were groups. Because, like, you could combine a lot of utility and then end up killing the mobs faster. So yeah, you had like a ZDPS character. Like you actually had a character that did no DPS. It just pulled aggro on all the other mobs and grouped them up.
I would honestly with TF2, I would play TF2 again. Like I would get back into it if they did the same thing they did with Counter-Strike and ported Source 2 over to Team Fortress 2. And that would be that would be all it needs really for me to jump back into it. And Left 4 Dead 3, right, just an update would be good. For Left 4 Dead, maybe another maps, maybe some more maps, maybe some more content, just more update. Just all they really need is an update with Left 4 Dead. Because same thing, they could just do the Source 2 with Left 4 Dead and I'd be hyped for it too. I'd be like, cool, new Molotovs, new smokes, new everything. And then that would also breed like new mods because they have the new like volumetric features and shit like that. Like, yeah, I think that one needs continuance of the story with a new cast of characters. Right. It does need a new cast of characters though, for sure.
Those who fully embrace the idea of always online. They want to be checked out as they're just AFK sitting in town. They don't mind Diablo 4 as a live service game.
But yeah,
because, well,
TF2 and Left 4 Dead 2 are in a good
rate.
spot. Just a
This isn't to
really
say that
fat
single-player
update for
fans
both
don't
of
want
those
the game
games
to
would
grow,
do it.
that they don't want
would
endless
be
play,
all I
or they
need
can't
to
be
get back into
competitive.
it.
I know about leaderboards, but all of those things mean
I know Valve
entirely
doesn't like to
different
do a
things to
part 3 of
fans
anything though.
multiplayer
It seems like they'll
Here's the
always
thing.
just
If
they'll
Blizzard
stay at
adds
2.
raids into Diablo 4,
So like I think with like CS2 for example, that's gonna be the last Counter-Strike. They're never gonna do another Counter-Strike after that. They'll only keep pumping updates for it, but that's it.
give pinnacle level gear, it will completely fucking restructure the way that people play the game. It will totally restructure the way that people play it. In a massive way. It'll change what builds people play. It'll change how currency works. It'll change how people farm dungeons. Like, it will massively change the game. So I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. Like, they should, they should release the game, see what players
But
think.
yeah, with Left 4 Dead, like how they did, how they tied in the old characters from Left 4 Dead 1 and gave them a whole like story and campaign with the new cast. That same thing can be done with a new cast of characters that you can play as playable characters, and then just the old group can just make a cameo in a campaign, just one campaign or a set of campaigns, whatever. But yeah, ultimately, really the modding scene too does a lot for all these games.
Think and then go in the direction that the player base wants them to go in, whatever that direction is. Maybe I'm not in the right direction, I don't know. They should make a game that their audience wants. That's what my point is. However, I do think that it will massively change the dynamic of the game. I do not think it will change the dynamic of the game if all of the raid content is cosmetic. Like, what I mean by cosmetic is all of the rewards in the game, none of the rewards that you obtain are like high level gear. Like, I don't care if you get like a few extra legendaries, who gives a fuck, right? Because you're getting them all the time. Probably, especially at like high world tier levels and shit. So it's not that big of a deal. I do, however, think that like getting, like, for example, like compared to Lost Ark, getting your ancient level tier set, that should not come from a raid. Absolutely not.
It's the face-to-face. It's seeing other players. It's feeling like you're being a part of something bigger.
Game feature
and
data,
I gotta say,
that's cool.
I'm with them.
Yeah, that is
Blaze
cool. I like
forward,
that.
shoulder to the wheel, innovate harder. Diablo 4 is already a game that is a massive departure from any of the other iterations in the franchise, so why not just do more? Steal more from Lost Ark or Path of Exile.
Yeah.
Heck, steal from World of Warcraft even.
Good idea.
Why are we just looking at games like ARPGs in comparison when Blizzard could be looking to compete with games like Destiny 2?
I think that actually, whenever I think about it, there's a good chance that in terms of like the world aspects of the game, Blizzard took more from Lost Ark than almost any other game. Like, in terms of the way the game plays, it is very similar to Lost Ark. And I think that's a good thing.
Had major success.
Make
Diablo 4 an MMO light. Make it something between Diablo 4 as it is now and a little bit of Lost Ark.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't see anything wrong with them trying to do something new. Trying to stay competitive. They want this.
Well, I think that's what they're doing, and that's a good thing. I think that adding raids into the game with actual gear in it that drops, and that gear is like really, really good. Because here's the thing. You have to make the raiding gear the best gear in the game, or nobody's going to do the raids. Why would you spend all of your time getting in a group to do a raid whenever you could just play solo and get the same stuff? There'd be no reason. So I think that making like high tier or top tier gear in a raid, like in Diablo 4, I think that's way over the line. I think that they're already there. They already have a shared open world. You can already do world bosses. You can already see other players in town. You can already trade with them and see their gear and inspect them. I think that we're in a really good place. I feel like, yeah, they could add raids as, again, cosmetic, like Hell mode, Ultimate mode, and Final Fantasy, Mage Tower level challenges like in WoW. I think that would be really cool. But I don't think that the raids in Diablo 4 should ever have gear in them that competes with the top gear that you can
Unholy
obtain solo.
lag, bro.
I think
oh
that's
my
what would be really
God.
scary.
Aim to be a live service. They want this to be a live service success. They want a large community to form around this game and keep pumping money into it, making it bigger and better. Single player games can become incredibly popular, and I'm not going to say that they can't, but multiplayer games can hold mass relevance for far longer.
They can. I don't know about Matt. Like, I mean, for example, Dark Souls 1 still has like probably. I would say Dark Souls 1 has like more relevance than Diablo 3. I would say. But, and maybe that's just a personal opinion, but that's the way at least I feel about it. Same as like Elden Ring, etc. I think that the reality though is that people usually play it like single player games and multiplayer games have two very different advantages. Multiplayer games generally have a much higher player count of people that are playing them, and single player games are never bad. So, for example, you can go back and play Super Mario World from, I think it came out in 1995. You can go back and play that right now. It's just as good as it was back then. You can go back and play Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2. You can see just exactly how good it was back then. And in 20 years, people are going to be able to go back and play Elden Ring the same way. And they're not going to be able to do that with a game like World of Warcraft or a game like Warzone. And I think that's the big difference between multiplayer games and single player games.
Destiny 2, off floating in space as this massively successful live service title that holds the keys to the casual MMO.